Chapter 483. In the end, Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were separated. Now, Han Fei had no intention of hiding his tracks at all. Therefore, when he escaped, he deliberately let others see him. Compared with Xia Shaochan, he was the one who stayed the longest on the steps into the sea and even walked to the end. If someone wanted to dig out the secrets of the steps into the sea, the first person they would look for was definitely not Xia Shaochan but Han Fei. In fact, Han Fei was not worried about Xia Shaochan's safety. In terms of the ability to escape and hide, Xia Shaochan was now almost unparalleled. Whether Xia Shaochan knew the thousand faces technique or not, she only needed the metamorphosis water. That thing could turn into anything. Xia Shaochan could even turn the metamorphosis water into a big fish and wrap herself in it. No matter how great the metamorphosis water was, it might not be able to find her. Of course, Han Fei also deliberately separated from Xia Shaochan. He could share some things with Xia Shaochan, but people always had to keep some of their own secrets. Besides, after the steps into the sea this time, Han Fei was even more eager to find the treasures left by Ren Tianfei. After getting the art of invincibility, Han Fei felt that his physique was unparalleled, but he was almost certain that Ren Tianfei, who had a strong body, must have left some treasures about body tempering. After all, a person's greatest achievement was his own creation. Once he died, Ren Tianfei didn't want his special skills to be buried. If Han Fei could find this treasure in the level 3 fishery, at that time, coupled with the art of invincibility, God knew how strong he would become. In addition to this reason, there was another reason why Han Fei didn't want to take Xia Shaochan there. That was because the abyssal chasm was too dangerous. According to the exploration notes of the abyssal chasm given to him by Yang Ruyan, this place was full of dangers. For hundreds of years, countless teams had gone here to explore every year. At first, these people were promised a lot of benefits, but later, everyone found that those who went and didn't come back, so no one was willing to go. In the end, the level 3 fishery dispatched an entire dragon boat with nearly 200,000 people to go together. As a result, the dragon boat was never heard from again, and no one had ever seen it in the level 3 fishery. Since then, the dragon boats of the level 3 fishery began to detour when they were 50,000 kilometers away from the abyssal chasm and no longer moved forward. Of course, the exploration notes of the abyssal chasm also recorded that someone had returned from the abyssal chasm. However, most of them had either gone mad or turned into fools. These people all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all skinny like dried corpses. In addition to these, there were also a lot of small incidents about the abyssal chasm. For example, someone once chased the golden fish near the abyssal chasm and accidentally entered it. In the end, when he came out, he had already become a middle-aged man, and he was also a fool. For example, someone had explored the abyssal chasm. Not long after he entered, he came out on the other side of the sea. He had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. There were also people who didn't want to enter the sea. Instead, they wanted to fly over the abyssal chasm. In the end, by the time they flew out, the people on the ship had already turned into skeletons. There were far too many such strange records, so many that it was impossible to count them all. When Han Fei carefully read the exploration notes of the abyssal chasm, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Isn't this the F** King Bermuda Triangle? Han Fei felt that reading the exploration notes of the abyssal chasm was as interesting as reading the unsolved mysteries of the sea. Just like what he knew in his previous life, the Bermuda Triangle, one of the most terrifying forbidden areas in the world, was just as weird as this. No matter what kind of plane, cruise ship, or ship it was, it would make you disappear. In fact, in his previous life, Han Fei had studied the Bermuda Triangle and once wanted to explore there. In the early days, people just thought that the sea here was chaotic, prone to storms, and there were eddies on the bottom of the sea. Some people said that there were wild wolves, tsunamis, and so on. In the end, when it was really inexplicable, people often associated the unknown with theology, saying that there was an illusory eye in the Bermuda Triangle that could make the people on the ship get lost. But when technology developed, the most advanced instruments would fail, and planes would also disappear. At that time, people began to put forward the magnetic field hypothesis, which was unanimously accepted by everyone. But there were also unexplainable weird phenomena. For example, when a plane flew over the Bermuda Triangle, decades had passed in the outside world. Was this also a problem with the magnetic field? But Han Fei knew that those in the Bermuda Triangle were all rumors, and some scientific teams had specially refuted them. But Han Fei didn't know whether they were true or not. Now, this abyssal chasm seemed to be even more dangerous than the Bermuda Triangle. In Bermuda, there were people who could walk out of it, and it was even a tourist attraction. It was just that it would break out intermittently. Very few people who entered the abyssal chasm could escape. Han Fei cursed, F*CK. Zhang Xuanyu, you idiot! Why did you come to this damn place? Han Fei had another purpose, which was to find Zhang Xuanyu, which was more important than getting Ren Tianfin's treasures. After all, Zhang Xuanyu had been in there for a long time. Then Han Fei continued to curse angrily, Ren Tianfin, you son of a B*T. Do you want me to die fast enough? The level 3 fishery spans tens of thousands of kilometers. Why didn't you choose anywhere? Why did you hide the treasures in this abyssal chasm? 3 days later, the news that Han Fei controlled a fishing boat to enter the abyssal chasm spread throughout the dragon boat, and everyone who heard it was dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, he has already run away, and no one can catch up with him? Why did he run to the abyssal chasm? Is he courting death? Someone was speechless. Lunatic, is this the gap between ordinary people and geniuses? Are all geniuses so bold? Someone sneered. Can geniuses do whatever they want? That's the abyssal chasm. I can imagine the scene of a heavenly talent dying here. Near the flowstone pit in the level 3 fishery, Xia Shaochan appeared. In front of her, there was a squad trembling with fear, not daring to speak. Did that guy go to save Zhang Xuanyu? How can he save him in such a big place? Xia Shaochan asked. Let me ask you, is there a fat man near the flowstone pit? Huh. Girl, that thing happened a long time ago. Xia Shaochan scoffed. Bullshit. What I want is information. If you don't give me any information, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Someone said with a sad face, Girl, we really don't know. Suddenly, someone hurriedly said, Girl, you can go to the Spectre to buy information. Everyone in the level 3 fishery knows that the Spectre's information is the most accurate. We are just here to try our luck. Xia Shaochan frowned slightly and murmured, Spectre, evil shield. Okay, you go find Zhang Xuanyu, and I will go find Lurin Kuang and Little White. Chao Chiao and 2 swords are drifting near the 10,000 Smoke Valley in the level 3 fishery. Chao Chiao held a piece of information and exclaimed, Han Fei went to the abyssal chasm. My sea god, does he dare to go there? 2 swords, let's go to the abyssal chasm, shall we? Wang Zitian shook his head. No. Before we went out, I don't believe that no one told you that you can go anywhere in the level 3 fishery except the abyssal chasm. Chao Chiao wailed, but there must be a big secret in that place. Wang Zitian sneered. You have to be alive to know it. If you want to go, I won't stop you, but don't expect anyone to find you. Chao Chiao said angrily, then forget it. When Han Fei comes back, I will ask him what it is like inside. Wang Zitian smiled. So, in fact, you have long known that the black and white ghosts are Han Fei and Xia Shaochan. Chao Chiao looked up at the sky. I don't know. I just think they are very powerful. Wang Zitian snorted. Then pray that he can come back alive. At this moment, Tang Ge was holding a piece of information, sitting in a room on the 4th floor of a dragon boat. Outside the boat, the spirit-absorbing array was being activated, but Tang Ge didn't feel it at all. Mu Ling came over with some snacks. Don't worry, he is not a fool. Since he went to the abyssal chasm without hesitation, he must have a reason. Tang Ge looked serious. He didn't take Xia Shaochan with him. He went alone. Mu Ling was slightly taken aback. Until now, the two of them hadn't seen what Xia Shaochan looked like in person. Mu Ling couldn't help but say softly, "Have you found one thing?" Tang Ge raised his head and asked in confusion, "What?" Mu Ling smiled slightly. "Your brother is not a simple person. With the sea token, he still dares to run around in the level 3 fishery. He went to the seaborne grassland, but the big red trunk in the center of the seaborne grassland disappeared. He went to the undersea city, but the undersea city collapsed into ruins. He went to the steps into the sea, and now the steps into the sea shake dozens of times a day. Everyone's sacrifices have gone wrong." Tang Ge couldn't help grinning, nodded proudly, and said coldly, "No wonder he is my brother." Mu Ling smiled, but in fact, she was rolling her eyes in her heart. "Your brother is simply a troublemaker. Wherever he goes, there will be trouble. If he stays with you for a while longer, he may lead you astray. I can't rest assured." In the level 3 fishery, while many people were surprised by Han Fei's actions, Han Fei himself didn't feel anything. At this moment, he had rushed to the edge of the abyssal chasm 50,000 kilometers away. To be precise, it should be about 30,000 kilometers away. At this moment, dozens of kilometers away from Han Fei, 3 huge tornadoes were spinning on the sea, and the sea was surging violently. The wind god boat loomed in the sea, and from time to time, fish jumped out of the water and were whipped to death by 9 tails on the boat. Chapter 484. Han Fei swaggered all the way here and didn't stop at all, because he had enough treasures and materials. It didn't matter if he continued to rob or search some small secret realms. It had been more than 5 months since he entered the level 3 fishery, almost 6 months. Han Fei thought that he was now in a peak state. Ren Tianfei's statement was actually very clear. This place was very dangerous. However, he just said that dangling fishers might not be able to come here. The implication was that hanging fishers could come here at most. Han Fei didn't think realm was a big deal. So what if they were hanging fishers? He could fight against hanging fishers now, which at least proved that he was qualified to enter the abyssal chasm. And if he came in, there must be a way. Otherwise, Ren Tianfei wouldn't let him come here. After all, he had passed the first 2 tests. No matter how shameless Ren Tianfei was, he wouldn't throw the indestructible body and candle dragon blood away like toys, right? At this time, Han Fei was wondering if he could travel underwater since the hurricane was so strong. However, on second thought, it was okay above the sea where the field of vision was wide. But at this time, the bottom of the sea was not necessarily so calm. Judging from the marine creatures that jumped out of the sky from time to time, the bottom of the sea must be turbulent. Standing at the bow of the boat, Han Fei perceived the dynamics of the bottom of the sea and found that the seawater here seemed to be able to block perception. His perception range of 5,000 meters could only be perceived 500 meters here. Even at a depth of 500 meters, Han Fei saw a lot of rare and even exotic creatures. Within the nearest 50 meters from the sea surface, there were mostly some squids, some translucent small fish, and some ferocious and ugly big predatory fish. They were floating with the waves and seemed to be too lazy to swim. Han Fei controlled the wind god boat and moved forward with the wind. Although this level of hurricane and tornado was not weak, it would definitely be a disaster in the level 2 fishery. But here, with Han Fei's current physique, he was not afraid even if he was swept in. The power of the hurricane couldn't shake him. Half a day later, Han Fei traveled another 10,000 kilometers. Along the way, he braved the wind and waves. The wind god boat was like a missile flying in the sky, and scrupulous. Han Fei looked up at the sky. At this moment, waves were rolling everywhere, and the sky couldn't be seen at all as it was shrouded in thick black clouds. He didn't even know whether it was day or night, let alone the sun, the moon, and the stars. He couldn't see anything at all. Under such circumstances, it was neither day nor night. The darkness was more like grayish-black, giving off a very strange feeling. All of a sudden, the wind god boat that was speeding forward suddenly slowed down. Han Fei rushed forward in a daze. What happened? Han Fei was still injecting spiritual energy into the fishing boat, but no matter how hard he tried, the wind god boat still wouldn't move. Holy sh*t, it can fail too? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Are you king kidding me? This is a floating stone. Although he didn't know what the levitating stone was, could it really be a magnetic field? But this levitating stone didn't look like something magnetic at all. Han Fei stopped injecting spiritual energy and looked around. Except for the scattered tornadoes, there was only darkness waiting for him in front of Han Fei. Could it be that I have to swim over? Han Fei let the wind god boat rise and fall in the waves and open the sea map of the abyssal chasm given by Old Bai in his hand. On the sea map, Han Fei soon found the Hurricane Sea area where he was. Because this place was marked, a circle of hurricanes and tornadoes encircled this area. And under this sea area, there were secret realms everywhere. Han Fei looked around casually and found as many as 20 or 30 secret realms. Around the abyssal chasm, there were hundreds of secret realms scattered in this Hurricane Sea area. If he continued to move forward, the number of secret realms would decrease exponentially. After crossing the Hurricane Sea area, there were no more than 6 secret realms left. Among these 6 secret realms, 3 were in the big crack of the abyssal chasm. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. This map is so king precious. If others entered the abyssal chasm, they would almost certainly die. The map in his school even marked the secret realms in the big crack. God knew which weirdo in the school had explored here. He even had the time to draw a map. Han Fei hesitated for a moment, put away the fishing boat, and dove into the water. He didn't know what happened to Zhang Xuanyu, but the hundreds of secret realms in the Hurricane Sea area were not to be trifled with. If he could be sure of the secret realms, he could dig out a few of them, which would be very valuable. It was very likely that he would dig out something extraordinary. As soon as he entered the sea, Han Fei felt that the sea currents were surging wildly. He also found that the sea currents were completely directionless. Sometimes a huge force pulled him to the left, and sometimes a huge wave pulled him to the right. Sometimes there was a current that was clearly surging towards him, but in the next moment, the current actually flowed backwards and actually sucked him forward. Han Fei released spiritual energy all over his body, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp attached to him. He broke through this weird vortex and swooped down headfirst. Along the way, Han Fei saw those disgusting big fish clearly. Their bodies were blue, their mouths were full of sharp teeth, and there were bite marks on their bodies. Some parts of these strange fish's bodies had been bitten through, but they were still alive. How could they still be fish when half of their bodies were swimming in the sea? These big fish didn't have a high IQ. They rushed up and bit at Han Fei. However, how could these ordinary rare big fish be a match for the 9-tailed mantis shrimp? Today's 9-star chains were no longer what they used to be. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was a legendary creature after all. Any big fish caught by the chains could be twisted into a fried dough twist with a casual twist. Han Fei was watching these fish, and suddenly he was alarmed and leaned to the right. At the moment when his body leaned to the right, a vortex of water rolled past Han Fei. Shit, what's that? Han Fei could be sure that it was definitely not a naturally formed water nest, because it was only a small section. When Han Fei looked back, he found that the water nest had disappeared. Han Fei was vigilant and no longer paid attention to the fish creatures, but dove down seriously all the way. During the process, he encountered no less than 20 strange vortexes. On average, he would encounter one every 2 minutes. When Han Fei dived to a depth of 2,000 meters, he was a little stunned. In front of him, there was still darkness. The feeling of surging waves had long since disappeared. However, the water nests that formed for some reason were still there, and they appeared very frequently. Han Fei frowned. Weird, this place is too weird. Just when he dove cautiously, he suddenly looked up and found that the sea was trembling slightly. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't feel it at all. However, in his mind, Han Fei felt the demon purification pot suddenly tremble. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw that tens of meters away, a big fish that was about to bite him suddenly turned over, belly up, and died. *CK. That feeling was very strange. Han Fei felt that it might be a kind of sound, but he couldn't hear it at all. At the moment when the big fish died, Han Fei felt that his internal organs suddenly shrank and goosebumps appeared on his skin. His brain paused for a moment. Ultrasound or infrasound. When Han Fei recovered, his body was falling down. He shivered and covered himself with a spiritual energy protective cover. Just now he felt the vibration and seemed to have heard something in the illusion, but it was 2F** King weak. Therefore, Han Fei's first reaction was infrasound. In the past, Han Fei had read some books about infrasound geomagnetic gravitational force. He couldn't remember how to describe it specifically. Anyway, when strange natural disasters such as earthquakes, storms, and volcanic eruptions occurred in the ocean, a kind of infrasound would vibrate with it. This kind of sound couldn't be heard by human ears, but it was very destructive. It would probably put the seawater in an environment where the vibration frequency was between 6 Hz and 7 Hz. And in this environment, people would feel extremely tired and their heart and nervous system would be paralyzed. That was what Han Fei felt at that moment just now. Damn it, should I have stayed on the boat? Wait, I haven't reached the abyssal chasm yet. If it's really so dangerous, then how did the senior in the academy draw the map of the secret realm of the Hurricane Sea area? After about 500 meters, Han Fei finally saw the bottom of the sea. It had to be said that swimming at this depth was simply pseudoscience, superscience, and the nonsense of science fiction. Han Fei didn't see the terrain clearly, nor did he see the secret realm clearly, but he saw groups of blue, luminous balls in the seawater one after another. Han Fei swam closer to take a look curiously, only to find that it was not a creature at all, nor a ball, but a sheet as thin as paper, or even without any thickness at all. Han Fei casually hooked a stone from the bottom of the sea and threw it at the blue, luminous sheet. However, as soon as the stone was thrown up, it disappeared. *CK. Chapter 485. Han Fei immediately stepped back and almost peed his pants. The stone sank into the blue, luminous film. It was like a portal. But looking at the thousands of blue, luminous films around him, Han Fei was a little stunned. There was no such water area on the sea map. Are you King kidding me? Han Fei ignored these blue, luminous films. Only the heavens knew what this thing was. What would happen if someone fell in? Where would they go? Han Fei moved quickly on the bottom of the sea. After more than an hour, the blue, luminous films disappeared, and he felt that he had finally walked out of the sea area covered by the blue, luminous films. At this time, he encountered a stone platform, a very, very large square stone platform. Han Fei was overjoyed. This was one of the secret realms. He remembered that there was a place on the fish skin map that was not a small dot, but a small square the size of a dime. Oh, good heavens, the first secret realm is finally here. Without the hexagon starfish, Han Fei had to search for the seal with the half-baked spirit gathering scripture. He swam on this platform for a long time, but he didn't even see a single sea creature. Strange. Han Fei suddenly found that since he encountered the blue luminous films just now, the sea creatures around him seemed to have disappeared, except for the occasional ordinary fish and shrimps swimming around. And there were clams everywhere, so he didn't feel that this sea area was lacking in creatures. But when he got on this huge stone platform, Han Fei felt strange. The stone platform was too empty, and he could see everything around him. There were only some snails lying on it, but no special creatures, not even fish and crabs. How could such a weird thing not attract his attention? However, just as Han Fei was searching for the secret realm, another wave of weird tremors appeared. This tremor directly made Han Fei narrow his eyes, and his brain went blank for a few seconds. When the weird tremor disappeared, Han Fei immediately opened his eyes. In the end, he was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. F***ck. Where's the stone platform? Where's my big stone platform? Han Fei was horrified. He was standing in the center of the stone platform just now, but he was hit by a weird tremor. In the blink of an eye, he closed his eyes and opened his eyes again, and then he was in another place. It was like lying on your bed at home, hugging a big black bear to sleep. However, in the blink of an eye, you found yourself lying on another bed in another room with a girl in your arms. Who wouldn't be shocked by this? Han Fei pinched himself, feeling the pain. He looked at the terrain again, only to find that it had changed and he couldn't recognize anything. What else was there to look for? He hurriedly swam to the surface of the sea. The bottom of the sea was too strange, so it was better to swim upstream. It would be best if he could find these small secret realms, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Anyway, the fishery was so big that there were countless secret realms. Whoever found one more secret realm or one less wouldn't make much difference. Even though Han Fei had no idea why he moved to another place, this place seemed more reasonable than the previous one. There were very few creatures here, or rather, no creatures at all. After swimming for a while, Han Fei finally saw a big conch that looked like a chrysanthemum floating in the water. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name Conchus Introduction. This is a special migratory conch that likes to live in seaweed and likes to eat the roots of spiritual plants. Because it eats too much grass, sea chrysanthemums grow on its shell. After soaking, it can increase spiritual power. It has strong defense power and can spit out enchanting mist. Level 33, quality, rare, spiritual energy greater than 1,620 points, effect. Long-term consumption is beneficial to broadening the meridians and improving spiritual power. Collectible, sea chrysanthemum, absorbable. Hardly had Han Fei finished reading the information when he saw a large number of golden particles floating in the sea. Han Fei stretched out one hand, and the surrounding seawater gathered, trying to push these golden particles away. However, to Han Fei's surprise, some of the golden particles ignored his water control technique and fell directly beside him. Then Han Fei saw that Xia Xiaochan was pouting and saying, "I'll let you kiss me. Just one kiss." Han Fei was excited. Who the F***ck could bear this? He went up and was about to kiss her, but before he kissed her, he saw that Xia Xiaochan turned into a ferocious big fish, bearing her fangs. Shoot! When Han Fei came back to his senses, he found that the conchus had run away. It turned out that this temporary illusion was just a life-saving means of the big conchus. Han Fei shuddered all over. What the hell are these things? Ordinary snails all have hallucinations. If I'm not careful, I'll change places. Rin, Tian Fei, you old turtle. Don't let me see you again. After a moment, a figure broke out of the water, and Han Fei stepped on the water and looked around. Have I passed the hurricane area? No way. It can't be. Han Fei was a little stunned. There were no hurricanes or tornadoes around. The whole sea was calm, and even the sky was glowing with a faint white light. Han Fei was speechless. I was just confused for a moment, and I passed through the hurricane area. That sea area was tens of thousands of kilometers long, okay? Goodoo. Han Fei swallowed and took out the wind god boat. Han Fei tried to control the wind god boat. As a result, as before, the wind god boat was still in a state of failure. Immediately afterward, Han Fei tried to perceive whether there were any abnormalities under the nearby seawater that he hadn't discovered. However, Han Fei didn't even perceive anything. His spiritual perception didn't even extend half a meter. Shoot! How is this possible? Han Fei was dumbfounded. When he was in the hurricane area, he could at least perceive 500 meters. Although it was 10 times smaller, he could at least perceive it. However, here he couldn't even use his spiritual power to probe out. How terrifying was this? Just when Han Fei was in a panic, his eyes suddenly turned to the front. In his field of vision, he saw a dark shadow of a ship coming towards him. At that moment, Han Fei only felt goosebumps all over his body. No one had come to this place for a long time. Why did a ship suddenly appear? However, this ship was clearly heading straight for him. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The blood-drinking knife appeared on his waist. The blue sea wandering dragon dagger was about to come out of his body. An embroidery needle was held in his hand. The ship came very slowly, and it took several hundred minutes to float to Han Fei. Hiss! At the first sight of the ship, Han Fei felt that all the hair on his body was almost standing on end. There was no one on this ship at all. The ship was full of seaweed, and some places had even decayed as if it had been abandoned for hundreds of years. But why did such a ship come for him? What did this mean? Was it a real ghost ship? Han Fei certainly didn't believe it. There must be a reason why this abandoned ship came to him. If the reason was not on the ship, then it must be underwater. The embroidery needle in Han Fei's hand was immediately replaced by the blue sea wandering dragon rod, and he threw the hook into the water smoothly. However, what made the corners of Han Fei's mouth twitch was that it had really become a fishing game. His spiritual power couldn't penetrate the fishing hook. This was different from using spiritual perception directly. When using a fishing hook, the fishing hook was almost a part of his body, equivalent to his eyes. Now he couldn't see the situation around the fishing hook, which was equivalent to being blind. However, Han Fei didn't immediately put away the fishing rod, but held the fishing rod with his left hand, and then poked the abandoned fishing boat full of seaweed next to his fishing boat with the embroidery needle. Creak! Creak! Han Fei curled his lips. Why are you still creaking? Why are you still creaking? Although Han Fei was cursing, he still found something special. How heavy was the embroidery needle? How strong was his strength? After being poked by him for a long time, the ship only creaked but was not broken, which showed that the quality of the ship itself was actually good. Another situation was that he pressed hard against the side of the fishing boat, but he couldn't push it away from him. This was the weird part. Han Fei suddenly got up. The sea was too calm. The floating stone couldn't be used at all, and the fishing boat couldn't move. Therefore, he needed to consider whether he should take this abandoned fishing boat or not, of course. He had another choice, that was to jump into the water and see for himself what was underwater. After thinking about it again and again, Han Fei remembered that when he just came up from the sea, he only encountered a chrysanthemum conch. There shouldn't be anything else at the bottom of the water, right? He didn't believe that with his current strength, there was something underwater that could kill him. So he took a deep breath. I'd like to see what tricks you are playing. Chapter 486. Han Fei didn't know why, but the first thing he thought of in such a weird place was to run away. But at this moment, in a situation where he knew nothing, he wanted to take a look. Han Fei clenched his fists subconsciously, and a layer of faint golden light covered his fists. He activated the art of invincibility subconsciously. Plop! The moment he entered the water, Han Fei felt cold and a little creeped out. A few minutes ago, he just came out of the water and didn't have this feeling. Just because an abandoned fishing boat came over, he suddenly had such a change? Han Fei immediately looked down the abandoned fishing boat. However, what he saw was more than creeped out. Han Fei felt that he was about to explode. In Han Fei's vision, there was a person at the bottom of the abandoned fishing boat. To be precise, it was not a person at all. It had been turned into a mummy, with only 2 big black holes left in its eyes, and its bones were exposed. There was no flesh at all. Who are you? Before the person answered, information was already displayed in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Ghost Ferryman. Introduction, a corpse controlled by an unknown force, with copper skin and iron bones. No one below the level of hanging fisher can shake it. It's a kind of undead creature, but it has no intelligence at all and only exists as an underwater ferryman. Level, none. Quality, none. Contained spiritual energy, none. Unabsorbable. Hanfei's eyelids kept twitching, and he tried to calm himself down. An undead creature? No one below the level of hanging fisher can shake it? But I'm afraid I can. At this moment, Hanfei was no longer thinking about whether to kill this ghost ferryman or not, but the word ferryman. Since it was a ferryman, there must be an end point and a direction, right? Besides, wasn't it necessary to ferry people because a certain section of the river couldn't be passed at all? Han Fei thought for a moment and jumped out of the water again. Then Han Fei put away the wind god boat and jumped onto the ghost boat. Creak! Han Fei frowned in disgust and stepped on the unknown seaweed. As soon as he stepped on it, a green, sticky, turbid liquid immediately flowed out. This thing was more like some kind of moss than seaweed. The demon purification pot probably didn't even bother to prompt the information of this thing. Han Fei glanced at the fishing boat. The cabin had long been damaged. The wood had collapsed and was covered with this green moss. The fish cabin had long been damaged, and so had the planks nearby. From above he could see down. Even the bottom of the boat was broken. Han Fei could even see the 2 ribs of the ferryman through the bottom of the boat. Damn it, since I'm already here, I'll just take things as they come. The abandoned fishing boat under his feet had already begun to move, sailing steadily into the darkness in the distance on the calm surface of the sea that only slightly undulated. Han Fei had been standing on the bow of the boat like a statue, with one hand on his waist. If anything happened, he could draw his saber. Just like that, he stood there quietly for 6 hours. Although the speed of the fishing boat was slow, it had traveled about 2,000 kilometers. Han Fei guessed that this might be close to the core of the abyssal chasm. Anyway, it was impossible for him to stay 20,000 kilometers away. Han Fei estimated that he was now around 10,000 to 15,000 kilometers away. This was not a baseless guess. After crossing the Hurricane Sea, he was already within 20,000 kilometers of the abyssal chasm. And according to the current, if he was close to the Hurricane Sea, the water surface couldn't be so flat. Gulp! Suddenly, Han Fei looked down at his belly. He didn't know when, but Han Fei always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with him. When his stomach growled, he suddenly found that he was hungry. The feeling of hunger Han Fei hadn't felt for a long time, because as long as there was spiritual energy, people would not feel hungry. Don't be fooled by the fact that this group of people had to cook every day in school. In fact, it was just to satisfy a momentary desire for good food. In fact, they wouldn't feel hungry even if they didn't eat. They wouldn't feel full even if they ate a lot. As long as they moved their spiritual energy, the food could be digested. However, at this moment, Han Fei was full of spiritual energy. He glanced at the sky. There were spiritual energy spots scattered, and there were many of them. However, since there was plenty of spiritual energy, why did he feel hungry? While Han Fei was thinking, he saw a school of blue fish swimming across the sea. Splash! Han Fei also saw one of them jump out of the sea. It was about the size of a palm, blue all over, and its fins were beautiful like wrinkled petals. Its belly was as round as a pregnant woman's, which was surprising. What fish? There was no information appearing in his eyes, which made Han Fei's heart tighten. This kind of small fish didn't seem to have a high level. Han Fei even doubted that they even had combat power, not to mention the current demon purification pot. Even if it was the old demon purification pot, it wouldn't have any problem reading its information, but the fact was in front of him. This group of blue fish swam happily in front of his eyes, and from time to time they looked at him with their eyes. Han Fei immediately chuckled. I'm being nice to you, aren't I? Immediately he took out his fishing rod and cast the hook at them. Han Fei thought that he could easily catch them with hook kiss, flash hook, or thousand twining. However, When the hook fell into the water, these small fish directly turned into rays of blue light, scattering in the sea like streams of light, and the fishing rod didn't know where to start. Han Fei tried several times to hook directly at the blue light, but every time he felt that he had hooked it, no fish took the bait. Huh, interesting. Taste the power of my void-breaking technique. Han Fei put away the fishing rod, and after a while, these small blue fish changed from blue light to normal. Han Fei cast the hook again. This time, the hook suddenly appeared on the heads of the small blue fish, and they had no time to turn into light. Han Fei grinned. Arrogant, you still got me, didn't you? However, as soon as Han Fei smiled, he froze in the next second. The small blue fish on the hook exploded with a bang. There was not the slightest bit of power, just a simple explosion. It seemed to be saying, even if I explode myself, I won't let you succeed. A patch of light blue, sticky stuff splashed on Han Fei's body. Han Fei put away the fishing rod in disgust and didn't plan to fish anymore. When he was about to shake off these sticky things, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Huh, fish roe? Fish roe was naturally fish eggs, and the uncooked fish eggs were like small grains of sand, round and round. However, what surprised Han Fei was that there were so many fish roe in the belly of this fish. Han Fei was amazed and sighed again. There were so many strange things in the world. Each of these small blue fish had a round belly. What did they eat to grow up? Han Fei was just a little curious and didn't intend to look into it. After all, these small blue fish didn't pose any threat to him. After another hour, Han Fei frowned again. He was getting hungrier and hungrier, and he felt that the energy in his body was flowing away. Something's wrong. Han Fei's expression slowly became serious. Energy was flowing away. It had been more than a day since he entered the abyssal chasm. In just over a day, the energy contained in his body was gone. What kind of joke was this? Han Fei didn't immediately set up the big pot to eat, but immediately filled his body with spiritual energy. Then he wrapped himself with spiritual energy to see if he would be hungry again. Sure enough, after an hour, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. The spiritual energy protective cover worked. During the 2 hours of the spiritual energy protective cover, Han Fei didn't feel any hungrier. However, there was another problem. How long could a normal dangling fisher last with a spiritual energy protective cover? In fact, when Han Fei gradually grew up, he found that the energy consumed by a spiritual energy protective cover actually increased with the growth of his realm and level. But this increase was not inevitable and was completely controllable. For example, a fisher needed 50 points of spiritual energy to support a spiritual energy protective cover. Then, a fishing master also needed 50 points of spiritual energy to support a spiritual energy protective cover. But the 50 points of spiritual energy of a fishing master were much more practical and resilient than that of a fisher. Even if the effect of the same 50 points of spiritual energy protective cover was doubled, it was still not enough to withstand a blow from a master of the same level. Therefore, when fighting with others, the spiritual energy protective cover was usually instilled with spiritual energy according to the strength of the opponent. But Han Fei calculated that he needed 50 points of spiritual energy per breath, so an hour was at least 1,000 seconds. In that case, it would consume 50,000 points of spiritual energy in 2 hours. Han Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Even an ordinary spirit gatherer wouldn't be able to support this. If he wasn't a spirit gatherer, how long could he last with a spiritual energy protective cover? Chapter 487. The best way Han Fei could think of was for 2 spirit gatherers to stand face to face and transmit spiritual energy to each other. In this way, both sides could make use of the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to keep each other covered with a spiritual energy protective cover. But even with this method, it still didn't work. In theory, a spirit gatherer was just a spiritual energy bridging device, using himself as a conductor to control the direction of spiritual energy. But this didn't mean that the spiritual energy passing through his body must be his. On the contrary, a spirit gatherer had to keep gathering spiritual energy, which was actually constantly consuming the spiritual energy in his body. Although the consumption was small, it would eventually be exhausted, and it would definitely be consumed within 8 hours or even less, because a spirit gatherer constantly gathered spiritual energy. Not only would he consume spiritual energy, but his spiritual power would also be exhausted. Haha, no wonder. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. No wonder there was almost no way out of the abyssal chasm. It would be strange if there was a way out. The energy in his body disappeared inexplicably, and his spiritual energy was not enough to support him for a few hours. What could he do if he didn't die? If he went out immediately when he entered the hurricane area, maybe he could go back safely. But if he was accidentally involved in this damn place, the fishing boat wouldn't move. If the fishing boat couldn't move, they would starve to death in minutes, even if he swam back. Who the hell had the ability to swim tens of thousands of miles in a few hours? Maybe he would starve to death while he was swimming. When Han Fei removed the spiritual energy protective cover, after a while, the feeling of hunger hit him again. However, Han Fei still didn't eat but waited, wanting to see how much energy he could bear. However, after only 2 hours, Han Fei couldn't bear it anymore. He took out a pile of small dried fish and stuffed them into his mouth. Originally, Han Fei wanted to cook. Looking at the sticky seaweed on this small broken boat, he had no desire to eat, so he could only take out the small dried fish to eat. There was still a yellow-blooded sea cucumber in the pot of Forge the Universe that he hadn't eaten yet. As long as he took a bite of that thing, he could probably last for half a day. 12 hours. According to Han Fei's calculation, with his tough physique, he could hold on for about 6 hours, and then he would feel a little hungry. By the 8th hour, the hunger was getting stronger. By the 10th hour, he was already craving for food. By the 12th hour, he had reached the point where he had no choice but to eat. Han Fei suspected that most of the people who came in earlier must have been starved to death. However, he didn't panic at all. The food in Forge the Universe was piled up like a mountain. There were still hundreds of yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Even if he had to swim, he could easily swim out. 2 days later, Han Fei didn't despise this dirty fishing boat anymore. After floating on the sea for 2 whole days, apart from those blue little fish, he didn't even see the shadow of a F** king person. Han Fei couldn't help but shout at the hole in the cabin, "Hey! Hey you! Can't you move faster?" I'm not bragging, but even if I were to swim by myself, I would still be faster than you. It's been almost 3 days. Why are you getting slower and slower? Why the F*** are you slowing down? Han Fei was speechless. At the beginning, the ferryman was really fast, especially in the first 10 hours. It traveled nearly 5,000 kilometers. Then the speed was halved, then halved again. Damn, now it was as slow as a F** king tractor. How could Han Fei not be anxious? Just when Han Fei was cursing and preparing to swim in the sea, a wisp of smoke suddenly floated past his eyes. Han Fei looked around. It was indeed smoke, but not much. But then he saw a large expanse of gray smoke in front of him. Han Fei was shocked. Finally, the scene was going to change. Han Fei was very excited. At this time, it was not the time to worry about danger at all. According to the slow posture of this ferryman, a living person would have starved to death long ago. The new scene might be dangerous, but it might also be a turning point. Han Fei didn't believe that death was certain. He hadn't entered the big crack of the abyssal chasm yet. How could it be certain? After half an hour, the abandoned fishing boat slowly entered the thick fog. Han Fei found that the range of his vision was still good. He could see about 20 meters away. Plop! Soon after he entered the mist, Han Fei heard the sound of something falling down. He immediately knew that it was the sound of the blue fish jumping on the sea. However, In this fog, the frequency of their jumping was even more frequent. After traveling for about hundreds of meters, Han Fei suddenly pulled up the fishing hook and shot it out with a swish. When he retracted the fishing hook, he saw a pale yellow insect with wings hanging on the hook. In his eyes, information appeared. Name: yellow-winged flying insect introduction, a kind of insect that lives on the sea surface. It likes to eat energy and carrion. It is non-aggressive and will sting. When it falls on people, it will absorb energy. It is extremely stupid and has no sense of revenge. It is one of the baits that some fish in the sea like. Level 12 quality rare, contains spiritual energy greater than 92 points, effect inedible, absorbable. Oh, interesting, there is even bait. Is it a reward for holding on for 3 days? Han Fei immediately hung the yellow-winged flying insect on the fishing hook, threw it into the water, and began to fish. There was no need for any fishing skill at all. As soon as the bait fell for less than 2 seconds, Han Fei felt a violent bite. Hoop! In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized blue fish was caught by Han Fei. In order to prevent this blue fish from suddenly exploding, Han Fei also specially turned on a spiritual energy protective cover. However, this time Han Fei was surprised. He didn't expect that this blue fish didn't explode, but just flapped its tail and held its round belly looking silly. Han Fei turned this palm-sized fish over and over again. It seemed to be no different from ordinary fish, except for its blue whole body, beautiful fins, and pointed mouth. It seemed to have no special features. Han Fei was thinking about one thing. Can this small fish be eaten? He felt a little reluctant to eat it. After all, this fish was blue. He couldn't eat it like a blueberry, could he? If he ate a mouthful of blue and then stuck out his tongue, wouldn't it be scary? Although Han Fei didn't intend to eat it, he wrapped it with spiritual energy. After a few minutes, the small fish was cooked and emitted a tempting fragrance. The blood-drinking knife was completely reduced to a kitchen knife. Han Fei directly cut open the small fish's intestines and took out a large ball of blue fish roe. After taking out the fish roe, Han Fei threw the small blue fish away. Han Fei pinched the fish roe, then put it to his mouth and smelled it. He was very sure that the so-called fragrance just now was emitted by this fish roe. Hey, sure enough, the fish roe is the key. Han Fei threw away the fish roe casually. From the beginning, he felt that there was something wrong. Along the way, there were no creatures except this blue fish, which shouldn't be the case. After all, when he was in the hurricane area, all kinds of creatures often jumped out of the sea, but then they all disappeared. Therefore, shortly after Han Fei entered this sea area, he began to suspect that there was something wrong with this blue fish. However, at that time, he couldn't catch the blue fish at all, so he didn't know what the problem was. Now, looking at the yellow-winged flying insects that often flew by in the mist, Han Fei seemed to have some understanding. Only by using this insect as bait could he catch the little blue fish. Ordinary people either couldn't bear the hunger during the 3 days of the ferry and went to the sea to look for food, or even if they could survive until here, they would almost starve to death. When people were on the verge of starvation, they couldn't resist the temptation of food at all. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that there was something wrong with this blue fish. They were deliberately luring him to eat them. Unfortunately, Han Fei laughed with his hands on his hips. Interesting. Is this the specialty of this sea area? If that's the case, there should be other abandoned specter ships nearby. Han Fei had a guess in his heart, and he needed to confirm it. And the first step to confirm it was to wait for the next ghost ship. At this moment, Han Fei was not in a hurry. He had already understood where the real danger in this sea area came from. All he needed to do now was wait patiently. After all, the reason why a ferryman was called a ferryman was that there must be a destination for the ferryman. Han Fei took out a large pot, grabbed a yellow-blooded sea cucumber, sliced it, chopped it with scallions, oil, salt, and spiritual fruit as supplementary ingredients. He was ready to eat while waiting. Chapter 488. When Han Fei encountered another ghost ship, it was the 6th hour after he entered the fog area. At this moment, Han Fei jumped into the water again, just as he had expected. There was also a specter ferryman under the specter ship. However, this ghost ship went to the periphery. Han Fei guessed that it should be waiting for the next human to enter the sea area. In this way, Han Fei encountered 7 such ghost ships in 2 days. Han Fei even found a human skeleton on one of the fishing boats. Han Fei guessed that the person must have starved to death on the way in or out of the ghost ship. Of course, the latter was more likely. If he couldn't bear the hunger when he came in, he would definitely dive to the bottom of the sea as soon as possible. In this way, he might have a chance. The reason why Han Fei didn't dive into the water on the way here was not because he was afraid, but because once he entered the water, the ghost ferryman would carry the abandoned fishing boat away. At that time, wouldn't he have to swim to death in this weird sea area? After all, in this damn place, who knew where was north, south, east, and west? If he swam in the wrong direction, who could he cry to? At this moment, Han Fei murmured, "You, where the hell can't you go? Why are you running here? I only hope your sea-swallowing seashell is full of food. Otherwise, I really don't know if you can survive for such a long time." On the 3rd day, Han Fei was eating sea cucumber potato chips. The way to make this thing was simple. He cut the sea cucumber into slices, mixed it with various seasonings, and cooked it. When it was cooked, he fished it out and drained the water with the water control technique. So the sea cucumber potato chips were formed. This was a way of eating that Han Fei suddenly thought of in this sea area that could swallow energy. After all, the energy stored in the human body was limited, and it was different to turn it into potato chips. If you want to absorb energy, just do it. Anyway, I have plenty of potato chips. Crack! Han Fei suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth. See, the fun is finally coming. Crack! Crack! Han Fei hurriedly stuffed the potato chips into his mouth, finished them in 2 bites, and crossed his arms, waiting for something in the distance to come over. Han Fei could not see, but he could hear the sound of fishes leaping out of the water. To be able to cause such a commotion, it had to be a large ship. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, Han Fei looked around and found a large number of yellow-winged flying insects flying around, and some even landed on him. However, when Han Fei shook his spiritual energy and killed a large number of them, not many yellow-winged flying insects flew to him. Woo woo! Walala! The sea was surging, and the waves were rising and falling. Han Fei sensed that the ghost ferryman under the boat was no longer exerting force, and the boat naturally stopped. Immediately afterward, after about 10 minutes, Han Fei saw a huge wooden boat passing by. This is a dragon boat? Although this big ship had decayed, Han Fei could still see it. To be precise, he recognized the interlocking spirit gathering formation on the wooden board. Although a large portion of the spirit gathering formation had been destroyed, traces of the carvings were still there. Xiao! Han Fei swung the rod and felt the hook fall on the dragon boat. So he stepped on the hull and jumped up. Bam! When Han Fei landed on the deck of the dragon boat, he frowned. The first thing he saw was an incomplete skeleton on the deck not far from him. Han Fei didn't move but looked up to the sky and shouted, "Zhang! Xuanyu! You!" Han Fei's voice spread very far, but it could still be heard dozens of kilometers away. He didn't expect to find Zhang Xuanyu so soon. But where was this guy most likely to go? That was definitely on this dragon boat. Clatter! Kacha! Han Fei heard the sound of wood breaking, followed by the sound of footsteps, and knew that someone was coming. Sure enough, there are still people alive. Han Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. How did these people survive? By rights, they should have nothing to eat. Did he guess wrong? Was that little blue fish really edible? No way. If he guessed right, that little blue fish shouldn't be edible. Zhang Xuanyu! Han Fei shouted again without any scruples. He didn't believe that in this sea area on this dragon boat, there would be an existence stronger than him. He had abundant spiritual energy, and his strength was at its peak. Even a hanging fisher wouldn't dare to say that he could kill him, let alone a dragon boat that had disappeared in the abyssal chasm for decades. Hiss! Hoo! For a time, all kinds of strange sounds rang out. Han Fei was walking forward along the deck. After walking less than 500 meters, he saw a woman with disheveled hair standing in front of him. Han Fei couldn't see the woman's appearance clearly, but she looked thin and bony, and even her shoes were broken, and half of her feet were exposed. When he saw the sole of her foot, Han Fei frowned. Only skin and bones were left. Is this person still alive? Han Fei didn't stop, but continued to walk forward. Hey, girl, do you mind being my guide? However, when the woman raised her face, Han Fei almost cursed it out loud. Was that a human face? It was equivalent to a skeleton. There was no flesh on her face. There was only skin left. But in this woman's eyes there was still blue light. When she bared her teeth, Han Fei saw those blue teeth and he was shocked. Huh, did these people really eat the blue fish? Han Fei frowned. He should have guessed it. Eliminating all the impossible, the remaining answer, no matter how impossible, was the answer. Only the blue fish could be eaten here. Since these people survived, they must have eaten a lot. Although the answer seemed to be a little different from the one he guessed, the result was almost the same. Han Fei wasn't sure if this person was crazy or not. Han Fei flicked out a yellow-blooded sea cucumber potato chip. The woman, who was still looking at Han Fei, pounced on it and bit it in her mouth when she saw the chip. Immediately afterward, the woman trembled all over, and Han Fei saw a flash of spiritual energy on her body. Bam! The woman immediately rushed over. The nails on her hands had already fallen off, and her fingers were all white. However, even in this state, this woman still knew how to use combat skills. At the moment when she was about to touch Han Fei, a dagger strangely appeared at Han Fei's chin. Han Fei tilted his head slightly, and a blue sea wandering dragon dagger appeared in his hand. With a casual slap, he pushed her back dozens of steps. Then, with a cold face, Han Fei threw out another chip. Girl, are you still normal? Can you talk? Seeing that Han Fei was difficult to deal with, the woman pounced on the chip again. Han Fei confirmed that 2 yellow-blooded sea cucumber potato chips were definitely worth the energy contained in dozens of blue fish. The spiritual energy on this woman emerged again. This time, Han Fei clearly saw that the wrinkled skin on her body was slightly better. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's eyes lit up. This person seemed to be a little conscious. Swish! Swish! Han Fei flicked out 3 more chips, all of which were quickly bitten by the woman. The speed was so fast that Han Fei was a little dumbfounded. This didn't look like an action that a skinny woman could do. Then Han Fei pointed his finger, and a wisp of spiritual energy poured directly into the woman's body. At the next moment, the skin on the woman's fingers was growing rapidly, and the flesh and blood of her body were also growing rapidly. Then Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on her again. The woman trembled all over and let out an ah. Han Fei took a long breath. You can still make a sound. It seems that you still have a chance to recover. The woman looked at Han Fei with difficulty, and a glimmer of light flashed in her dry eyes. Go. Go, huh? Han Fei continued to throw 2 more chips to her, then tilted his head and leaned sideways, and a figure immediately pounced over. Han Fei didn't make a move. These people were already so pitiful. He wouldn't kill them at this time. However, although Han Fei didn't make a move, the woman just now did. The woman, who had recovered a little energy, seemed to have a little combat power. She turned over her hand and stabbed the knife into the heart of the figure that pounced over. Han Fei frowned. Why did you kill it? However, the woman said with difficulty, Eat the 3rd chapter, asking for votes. The author said, designed according to a real unsolved mystery, The truth is unknown. End of this chapter. Chapter 489. Han Fei looked at the skinny man whose heart was pierced by the woman and couldn't help frowning. Do you mean cannibalism? Although Han Fei often said that he cooked people and ate them when he and Xia Shaochan pretended to be the black and white ghosts, that was just an act after all. But at this moment, when Han Fei heard that these people really ate people, he suddenly felt creeped out. No wonder when I first boarded the boat, the corpse I saw was incomplete. It turns out Han Fei heard the sounds around him getting more and more intense, and many people seemed to be running wildly. He didn't know if the woman had regained a little consciousness, but she seemed to have been struggling. However, when the footsteps of other people became clearer and clearer, the woman suddenly rushed towards Han Fei. Han Fei was considering whether to attack. This woman's strength was roughly around that of a junior dangling fisher, and he had just given her some potato chips. She couldn't hurt him, so Han Fei didn't attack her. The woman suddenly pulled Han Fei up and ran into a door on the side of the dragon boat. Han Fei hadn't considered whether to follow this woman or not. However, seeing that she didn't seem to be a bad person, he didn't break free. The two of them turned all the way and soon ran to a staircase inside the cabin on the first floor. However, 3 skinny people rushed towards them. One of them was also a woman missing an arm. At this moment, when the 3 of them saw Han Fei, they subconsciously took out their weapons. Although they seemed to be crazy now, their fighting instincts were still there. Besides, this place would only make people hungry, but there was no shortage of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Therefore, when fighting, these people could also burst out their spiritual energy. The woman holding Han Fei's hand roared at the 3 of them. At the same time, dozens of knife lights flashed out from the dagger in her hand. Unfortunately, her strength had recovered too little, so she was no match for these 3 people at all. Seeing this, Han Fei casually punched out. The golden fist mark exploded in the air, directly shaking the 3 people on the opposite side away. Han Fei didn't kill them, but simply shook them away. However, the running sound behind them became more and more intense. A large amount of debris was knocked over, and roars sounded one after another. Seeing this situation, Han Fei couldn't help but be a little speechless. If you're on this ship, at least give me a response. The woman pulled Han Fei in horror and continued to run up. However, there were more and more people coming from all directions. When they reached the middle of the 2nd floor of the dragon boat, there were no less than hundreds of people surrounding them. Han Fei frowned slightly, waved his hand, and threw over 100 potato chips. These people went crazy when they saw the food. Roar! Bang! Bang! These people collided with each other and fought with each other. How much energy did the yellow-blooded sea cucumber contain? They were all from the level 3 fishery, so of course they could feel it. Han Fei was a little regretful. These people were fighting and killing each other. They couldn't help but fight for food. Those who didn't grab it rushed at Han Fei again. Boom, boom, boom! Han Fei's fists glowed with golden light, and he punched them away one by one. Then he grabbed the woman with one hand and ran, asking, "Where are you taking me?" "To the top floor." Han Fei's speed was much faster than this woman's, and he didn't know how many people he had punched away. Anyway, when Han Fei just stepped on the 3rd floor of the cabin, he didn't run into the cabin but ran to the deck. Boom! The outer wall of the dragon boat was directly punched out by Han Fei. Han Fei roared, "Zhang Xuanyu, get the F*CK out of here! Either you shout and I'll come to you, or you come to the top floor to find me." Then Han Fei waved his hand and threw the fishing rod up. Before he went up, Han Fei suddenly felt a pain in his arm. He looked down, only to see that the woman he was carrying was biting his forearm and seemed to have lost her mind again. Damn it! Han Fei was speechless. Do you think your teeth are ultra-quality spiritual energy? Do you want to eat me? Swish! Swish! Han Fei soon came to the top of the dragon boat. And this woman had already started to attack Han Fei, and the dagger had been stabbed into his chest. Bam! Han Fei's spiritual energy shook and shook her away. Then he handed over 2 pieces of potato chips. Do you want to eat? You tell me. Why do you have to eat? Han Fei felt that he could save this woman first. At that time, the situation on this dragon boat should be clear. After eating 2 pieces of potato chips, the woman struggled again. But this time, Han Fei took out dozens of potato chips and gave them to her. If you want to eat, I have plenty of them. Just tell me. The woman seemed to be in pain. Her whole body was trembling, and then she knelt on the ground. Han Fei saw that her flesh and blood were recovering. Although she was still thin, there was a small circle of flesh on her body. Give. Me. Seeing that she could speak again, Han Fei threw dozens of potato chips at once. The woman's reaction was obviously a lot faster. She stuffed all 10 chips into her mouth in one go, almost as if she was stuffing them. After about 10 minutes, Han Fei was a little annoyed. The energy in this woman's body was rolling, and her flesh and blood were recovering. However, someone had already come at this moment. Swish! Swish! This time, a battle bow shot over, and a big sword swept across the sky. Comparable to an advanced, dangling fisher? So powerful? In the mist, Han Fei easily blocked the spiritual energy arrows and the big sword in the sky, and then suddenly shouted, "Get out! There is still a conscious person on this boat, isn't there?" However, there was only sound around, and no one was in sight. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Those people were just testing him just now. This trick at least showed that there were indeed people who were not crazy. Han Fei grinned. You don't want to come? Han Fei took out a large pot and began to stir-fry sea cucumbers. When the rich fragrance began to spread on the top floor of the dragon boat, there were roars one after another. The woman who was saved by Han Fei was stunned at this moment. Although her flesh and blood were still recovering, her instinct made her rush towards Han Fei. However, Han Fei snorted coldly. Stop! Han Fei's eyes turned cold. I can give it to you, but you can't take it, let alone lead the way. The woman was frightened by Han Fei's eyes. She knew that Han Fei was strong, and she couldn't beat him. Besides, at this moment, she had recovered a little. Although she really wanted to eat, she still held back and just stared at the pot. Han Fei said loudly, Everyone who is not crazy, listen to me. If you want to eat, you can. Come out and talk to me. Hiss, hiss, ho! Han Fei heard that many people around seemed to want to rush over, but they were stunned by the roars. After a while, Han Fei saw a thin man walk out of the mist. This man's eyes were not cloudy. Although he looked sallow and muscular and extremely malnourished, he was still rational. Brother, I want to talk to you. This voice was extremely hoarse, as if there was a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat. Han Fei went straight to the point. Have there been any new people on the dragon boat recently? Yes, there are 13, 9 of whom are dead. Han Fei asked, Where are the dead people? Where are the living people? The thin man was silent for a while. You should know the dead people. As for the living, they are at the bottom. Han Fei frowned. The bottom? The thin man nodded. The bottom, where the dragon boat used to raise contractual spiritual beasts. Some people have seals on them, blocking that area. But what? The thin man shook his head. But their seals won't last long. In 3 days at most, the seals will be broken. Han Fei's eyes flashed. How did you survive? How long have you lived? The lean man raised his head and glanced at Han Fei. I have been here for 4 months. You don't want to know how I survived. Then the man looked at the woman Han Fei saved and shook his head. You can't save her. Although her flesh and blood are recovering, she has gone crazy. Even if she can occasionally regain her consciousness, it won't last long. She can't recover if she doesn't get out of here. Even if she gets out of here, she may not recover. Han Fei glanced at the woman, only to find that her eyes were still staring at the big pot, and saliva was flowing from the corner of her mouth. There was fanaticism, pain, and struggle in her eyes. Han Fei frowned. How many people are on this dragon boat? The thin man shook his head slightly. I don't know. Thousands of people there should be. Chapter 490. When Han Fei heard the number of thousands of people, he was very shocked. He asked subconsciously, so many? Many? The lean man looked back with difficulty. When this dragon boat came in, there were 180,000 people on board. Do you know how many of those people are left? 21. Han Fei took a deep breath. He quickly recalled the time when this dragon boat came in. It seemed to have been 15 years of history. Han Fei couldn't help but be amazed. What on earth had these people experienced to survive for 15 years in this environment? Han Fei threw the cauldron, and a large pot of yellow-blooded sea cucumber wrapped in seawater flew to the lean man. Take me to the bottom of the boat. The lean man immediately caught it with his swallowing seashell, and then roared. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw one thin man and woman after another coming up to share the food. The lean man said shamefully, "Sorry, I can't take you to the bottom of the boat. We will all die." Han Fei frowned. However, before he asked in detail, he saw a strange scene. To Han Fei's surprise, these people didn't panic at all. However, many people were missing an arm. Everyone grabbed a piece of yellow-blooded sea cucumber in an orderly manner and then took a bite. Even though they were reluctant to do so, they still only took a bite. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The lean man smiled bitterly. If you want to survive, you have to follow the rules and be united. Those who don't follow the rules and are not united have either been eaten, lost, jumped off the boat to escape, or become lunatics. Han Fei sighed. Don't you eat the little blue fish? The lean man nodded. We eat it, but we won't eat it crazily. That's courting death. Although Han Fei wanted to know the story, obviously it would be very long and he had no time to listen to it. Han Fei looked at the woman who was still struggling and asked, "What will you do to her?" The lean man glanced at her and said, "She has eaten too many small blue fish. We need to tie her up. We need to tie her up and wait for her to recover by her own will. If she can't recover, she will still be banished to the 4th floor." Han Fei took a breath and ignored this woman. There must be a reason why they did this. Han Fei put away the cauldron and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" "Shao Sei." When he said the name, the lean man looked up at the sky and said, "I don't recommend you go to the bottom. Someone has already mutated and turned into a monster." Han Fei smiled. "Haha, monster." Han Fei jumped down from the top of the cabin on the 5th floor. Bang! As soon as Han Fei landed, he smashed a big hole in the deck. After about 10 minutes, Han Fei pushed back a dozen skinny guys and entered the trading market on the 1st underground floor. However, the current trading market was extremely strange. The various stalls inside had long been destroyed, and some shops had long been opened. Dried bones, tattered clothes, shattered wood, and scattered weapons could be seen on the streets at any time. 10 seconds after Han Fei came in, he saw a pair of blue eyes in a store. Bang! The blue eyes pulled open a broken plank and rushed at Han Fei. When Han Fei saw his appearance clearly, he was surprised to find that this person had turned light blue all over. The hair on his head had disappeared. His hands had turned into sharp claws, and his teeth were as sharp as piranhas' teeth. "Damn it, you! Why the hell did you run to the bottom of the dragon boat? Why did you run to the bottom of the dragon boat?" On the dragon boat, in a dark corner, the water was splashing. There were several water exchange openings where seawater was flowing in and out. And at the corner of the water cabin, there was a small viewing platform. In the past, this was built for people to choose contractual spiritual beasts, and the area was less than 50 square meters. There were many platforms like this. And on this 50-square-meter platform, 3 people were sitting here feebly, and one was lying on the ground, curled up into a ball. Around them was a weird net-shaped seal. Outside the seal, weird blue mutant humans bumped into the seal from time to time. Boom! 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 Among them, a woman smiled bitterly and said, "We are really unlucky. If we had known that we were doomed to die, we might as well have fought with them at the beginning." Next to her, a man laughed. "Anyway, we are doomed. We have done something great. I am satisfied that we can break through the flowstone pit." The woman glanced at the person lying on the ground, and then looked at a handsome young man with delicate features. "Zhang Xuanyu, we are all going to die. Why don't we throw old Wang out and have some alone time for a few days?" The handsome young man didn't speak, but the man next to him said angrily, "Sun Ro, do you want me to die earlier?" The girl called Sun Roro stroked her hair, revealing a rather beautiful little face. She said, "Before I have been busy with cultivation just to become stronger, and I have no time to fall in love. But after entering the level 3 fishery, I was caught by the flowstone pit and had no chance to fall in love. I am going to die. Can't you help me?" Zhang Xuanyu said weakly, "Shut up, all of you. Wang Baiwan, why do I feel that your voice is full of energy? Why don't you eat less later?" The man's face stiffened. "That's impossible. Do you too have the heart to watch me starve to death?" Zhang Xuanyu kicked the man's foot. "You should have died a long time ago. If it weren't for you, how could I have broken into this damn place?" Then Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Sun Roro. "If we were in another place, I would definitely communicate with you in depth. But now, I am so hungry that my chest is sticking to my back. How can I fall in love with you?" Sun Roro giggled with difficulty. "If we don't fall in love, we can kiss." Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "I'm afraid that I can't help but bite hard and eat your lips." Sun Roro, Zhang Xuanyu struggled to prop himself up with his hands and cursed. "I'm a genius after all. I can even dig out a big opportunity in a place like the flowstone pit. But now I am going to starve to death. This is King ridiculous." With that, Zhang Xuanyu took out a crab more than 3 meters long from his swallowing seashell. CK, brother, why do you still have food? Wang Baiwan immediately said, Lu Fengfang, get up. There's food. Gulp. Eat. The guy lying on the ground had the skin on his face and stomach drooping. It could be seen that he was very fat before, but now he was so hungry that even his skin was drooping. Zhang Xuanyu moved his body. "This is my King last food. If I finish it, there will be no more." Sun Roro screamed. "This is the 6th time you have said this. Every time we think we are going to die, you can take out a creature. I really want to grab your swallowing seashell and have a look." Wang Baiwan happily pulled off a crab leg and knocked it with a stick. Lu Fengfang, who was supposed to have fainted from hunger, somehow found the strength to break open the crab shell and suck a big mouthful of the crab roe. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, "Slow down. This is indeed the last bit of food. When the seal is broken, let's fight our way out." Lu Fengfang said in a hoarse voice, "Zhang Xuanyu, I admit that you are awesome. But this is the abyssal chasm. Hundreds of thousands of people on the dragon boats have died. Do you think we can survive being trapped here?" Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. "You are still King alive, aren't you? As long as you are alive, there is a chance to survive. Who knew that this spirit absorption array would be so broken? Otherwise, we would definitely be able to catch some normal creatures." Oh. While they were peeling the crabs, the blue mutants nearby roared and ran away. Wang Baiwan exclaimed, "Huh? Have they abandoned us?" Sun Roro said, "Impossible. They must have gone to kill each other." Zhang Xuanyu was sucking the crab roe and didn't care about the movement at all. He said, "You may not believe it, but I have a brother. I have a brother. Any living creature in the world is a delicacy in his hands. This crab, I'm not bragging, but he can make 108 different patterns, and none of them are the same. I prepared more food in my sea-swallowing seashell because of him. Bam! As soon as Zhang Xuanyu bragged, a blue mutant hit the seal with a loud bang, causing the seal to shake several times. Zhang Xuanyu screamed, F***CK, what a great force! Hurry up and eat. The seal is about to be broken. The four of them hurriedly stuck their heads into the crab shell and began to crazily swallow the crab roe. However, just when the four of them were swallowing crab roe, crazily crunch, accompanied by a crisp chewing sound, a lazy voice sounded. Yo, you, when I was not here, did you eat this raw every day? You didn't even prepare a pot? TSK, how could you eat it? Zhang Xuanyu's body suddenly stiffened and then began to tremble. After a full 10 breaths of time, he finally turned his head back with great difficulty. His tears almost fell from his eyes. Howl! Fei, I'm starving. Chapter 491. When he saw Zhang Xuanyu, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Xuanyu was still on this dragon boat. If this stupid guy insisted on going to the ocean alone, Han Fei really didn't know where to look for him. To be honest, Han Fei really didn't know that Zhang Xuanyu must be on the dragon boat. However, as long as he came here with a small boat, where could he go if he didn't get on the dragon boat? Therefore, he felt that Zhang Xuanyu was most likely on the dragon boat. At this moment, this guy stopped eating crabs, and the crab roe in his mouth fell out. With a swish, Zhang Xuanyu removed the seal and wanted to give Han Fei a bear hug. Han Fei quickly dodged and kicked him in disgust. Go away. I don't want to hug a salivating bastard. Ha! Ha ha ha! Zhang Xuanyu laughed out loud. No one was more excited than him. Anyway, Sun Ruo and the other two were dumbfounded. Zhang Xuanyu hammered Han Fei's chest fiercely. Fei, let me tell you, if you didn't come, I would have gone out to fight. Han Fei sneered. Fight? Ironhead fish? Do you want to eat the blue fish? Be careful. While Han Fei was laughing, he heard Wang Baiwan's warning. However, Han Fei punched out without looking back. As spiritual energy gushed out, 7 or 8 blue mutant humans were directly sent flying and rolled several times on the ground. Han Fei grinned. You know how to seal people? Zhang Xuanyu looked at the mutant humans that were rushing over in surprise and said in astonishment, Did you fight your way here? Han Fei snorted. Of course. I called you outside, but you couldn't hear me, so I had to fight my way in. I also heard from someone on the top floor that a dozen people went to the bottom floor after boarding the boat. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly pulled Han Fei over and then waved his hand, and a seal surrounded them. Come on, my good brother, get something to eat first. I've already eaten a fish. Sun Ruo and the others quickly made way and looked at Han Fei in shock. Until now, they were all dumbfounded. Who the hell knew that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Why did this person come to such a large fishery? Sun Ruo pulled Zhang Xuanyu, looked at Han Fei, and asked cautiously, Who is it? Zhang Xuanyu's face immediately turned red. My brother, my brother Han Fei. Han Fei also looked at them curiously, and Zhang Xuanyu introduced them one by one. Sun Ruo, Wang Baiwan, Lu Finfang. There were many people, but now only the 4 of us are left. Han Fei nodded slightly. I see. Look at you guys. You only have 20 to 30% of your strength left. TSK, does it feel good? Is there something wrong with your brain? Why would you run to the abyssal chasm? Zhang Xuanyu said helplessly. Then I have to find a chance to run somewhere else. Gulp. Lu Finfang's stomach growled, but she quickly glanced at the big crab on the ground. Before he pounced on it to eat, Han Fei kicked the raw crab out of the seal with one foot. In an instant, a large group of blue mutants pounced forward. Almost instantly, The big crab was dismembered. Even the juices on the ground were licked by a group of people. Hey, hey, you're the only food we have. The faces of Sun Roro and the others changed, and they immediately looked at Han Fei with a trace of murderous intent. Han Fei said with a faint smile, "Who can tell me, can this thing be eaten raw?" Sun Roro's little face turned cold. "Do you know how precious food is here?" Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly, chuckled, and didn't speak. He just sat on the ground and reached out to Han Fei. Han Fei threw his hand, and a pile of yellow-blooded sea cucumber potato chips flew to them. The corners of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth curled up. "What kind of eating method is this? How can you still have time to study dishes here?" Han Fei sneered. "Do you think I am like you?" Crunch, crunch, crunch. Sun Ro and the other two, who were still murderous just now, were now crazily stuffing potato chips into their mouths, for fear that they would be gone if they didn't do it quickly. Han Fei unhurriedly took out the cauldron and grabbed a yellow-blooded sea cucumber and dozens of seasonings. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this. "Wow!" Lu Finfeng exclaimed. "Yellow-blooded sea cucumber. This thing is full of energy." Wang Baiwan's body stiffened, and Han Fei felt that this guy would shed tears of happiness at any time. Gulp. "I'm sure I'm not dreaming, right?" Sun Roro sat directly on the ground, her legs facing backward, and she couldn't wait to hold this yellow-blooded sea cucumber in her arms. Only Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head. "Why don't you do it?" Crunch. Han Fei chewed a potato chip, and the blood-drinking knife automatically floated in the air, and then he cut it. The fish oil was poured into the pot, and after a moment, the seasonings rolled into the oil, making a sizzling sound. In the ears of these people, it was simply the most beautiful music in the world. Before the yellow-blooded sea cucumber entered the pot, its fragrance was already overflowing. The strong smell made Sun Ro and the others burst into tears. When the yellow-blooded sea cucumber was cut into sections and put into the pot, the flames soared into the sky. With a whoosh, Han Fei began to cook. Gulp! Sun Roro cried, this time for real. "Brother, you will be my brother from now on." Lu Finfeng hugged Han Fei's thigh. "Brother, don't say anything. My life will be yours from now on." Wang Baiwan drooled and couldn't move his eyes away. Only Zhang Xuanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Look at you guys. Look at me. Am I crying? Am I panicking? I'm not panicking at all. I'm very calm." Han Fei said contemptuously, "Zhang Xuanyu, don't stretch your claws into my pot." Then, of course, it was a gluttonous feast. Of course, it would be better if there weren't so many blue mutants outside the seal. Zhang Xuanyu and the other three had already become gluttonous. Image? Before filling his stomach, Image was all fish **T. Han Fei just ate 2 pieces symbolically and then stopped eating. Occasionally, he stuffed a chip in his mouth and watched the 4 of them devour these yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Only halfway through, the 4 of them exuded surging energy. Their faces were all red and their physiques were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, Sun Ro and the other 2 were too weak, and the strongest, Wang Baiwan, was only a peak-level dangling fisher. The weakest, Sun Ro, was only an intermediate dangling fisher. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Zhang Xuanyu was still eating. Even if the energy was surging, he didn't stop eating. "Huh, you are about to break through to an advanced dangling fisher at any time." Zhang Xuanyu said, "What do you think? If it weren't for this damn place, I would have broken through long ago." However, Zhang Xuanyu's physique was still incomparable to Han Fei's. Even if the 4 of them ate a yellow-blooded sea cucumber, there would still be 1/3 left. These people all ate it with their hands. Who knew if there was saliva or something dirty in the pot? Han Fei said disdainfully, "Whoever finishes last will wash the pot." "Wash the pot? Lu Feng and the other two looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Han Fei blinked and said, "Ah, I don't eat leftovers. Are you going to throw it away?" San Fero suddenly stood up and looked at Han Fei in shock. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. "Sit down. You can stuff the rest into your own swallowing seashells." "Huh? Can I?" Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Take it. I still have a lot more." When they heard this, they were surprised. Who the hell would come to the level 3 fishery and put so much seafood in their swallowing seashells? The swallowing seashells were so small. Shouldn't they be storing treasures? Seeing that their flesh and blood were growing and they were recovering quickly, Han Fei asked, "What happened?" "I only knew that you had an accident in the flowstone pit. I was going to save you, but you broke into the abyssal chasm. So I went to find Xia Shaochan first." Zhang Xuanyu smiled bitterly. "I was too unlucky." After listening to Zhang Xuanyu for a long time, Han Fei learned that the flowstone pit had always been the source of mineral deposits for the dragon boat. But a huge mine had to be dug, right? Therefore, some people had to do this. Unfortunately, Zhang Xuanyu came to this place at the beginning. However, this guy dug out an opportunity from the flowstone pit. Because there were others here, Zhang Xuanyu only said it was about the opportunity of sealing techniques and combat techniques. Han Fei didn't ask much. Only then did Han Fei learn that Zhang Xuanyu didn't resist with dozens of people at all, but with more than 600 people. In that battle, nearly 400 people were killed on the spot, and the flowstone pit was stained with blood. More than 30 peak-level dangling fishers were killed. However, the dragon boat didn't make it public, so the news that the outside world learned was just a small incident and didn't attract much attention. Later, Zhang Xuanyu and the others fought and retreated, and those who survived in the end were all masters. Unfortunately, no matter how strong they couldn't resist the pursuit of a group of peak-level dangling fishers. So they could only hide in the abyssal chasm. When everything was over, Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "Thank you. I can finally go out." However, Han Fei shook his head and said, "You can go out. I'm just passing by." "Puff, are you kidding me? Why are you passing by?" Han Fei said seriously, "I was really passing by and saved you by the way. I have to go deeper." "Huh." Chapter 492. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Wang Baiwan and the other two were also dumbfounded. "You still want to continue to explore such a place? Are UF** King risking your life?" Han Fei said to Zhang Xuanyu via voice transmission, "I have to go." Zhang Xuanyu's face turned serious. "I will go with you." Sun Roro exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "What are you afraid of? If I was afraid, I would have died long ago." Han Fei shook his head. "No, if you have a way, take these people out." Zhang Xuanyu's face changed slightly. "Don't. I can't promise you that. I didn't see you, but you are in front of me. How can I let you go in?" Han Fei wondered. It seems that it is more dangerous inside. Isn't the biggest danger of the abyssal chasm that the energy will dissipate? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head slightly. The direct reason why so many people died in the abyssal chasm was indeed because of the dissipation of energy. On the way back, there will be a section of the sea where fishing boats can't be operated. But I think if this is the case, there will definitely be many heavenly talents who can go out alive. As long as they are ruthless enough, they can swim out. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, when the dragon boats came in, there were 180,000 people. Besides, there should be no shortage of food on the dragon boats. Why didn't these people go out? Besides, wasn't there a section of the sea where fishing boats couldn't sail? Then, how did the dragon boats pass through that section of the sea? Han Fei suddenly found that he was far from understanding the horrors here. Come to think of it, there should be an even greater crisis ahead. Han Fei smiled and said, "Let's go out of here first." By the way, can these blue guys be saved? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. There is no way. Those people above the fish cabins on the first floor may be saved, but the people below the fish cabins are almost hopeless. Wang Baiwan sighed. Brother Han, you haven't seen them killing and eating each other. They can no longer be called human beings. Han Fei wondered, why don't they eat the blue fish? Lu Finfin rubbed her belly, which was no longer loose, and said, It's because they ate the blue fish. It wasn't that the little blue fish couldn't be eaten, but it couldn't be eaten without restraint. If one ate too many of these small blue fish, they would become more and more lost in the future. In the end, they didn't know how to fish at all, so naturally they couldn't catch the little blue fish. So they killed each other. Han Fei took a deep breath. Damn it, let's go to the first floor. I think those on the first floor and above can still be saved. It was not that Han Fei was overflowing with sympathy, but that these people were actually innocent, unlike those he met before, who all wanted to kill him. Some of these people had already lost themselves. Most of them had gone mad. In Han Fei's opinion, people could die in battle, loot, or be eaten by fish, but they shouldn't starve to death like this. Since the 4 of them had recovered to their peak state, they were no longer afraid of going out. After all, whether it was the blue mutant or the people on the first floor or above, they no longer had a tenth of their original strength. Any one of the 5 of them could easily kill those people. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, is there anything weird on this floor? Sun Ruro suddenly said, yes. Wang Baiwan said, you must have seen it wrong. Lu Finfeng said, oh, don't argue. You are the only one among the 4 of us who saw it. And after such a long time, the thing you mentioned didn't come to us, which means that it doesn't exist at all. You must have been hallucinating at that time. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. We can't rule out the possibility that that thing exists. Han Fei wondered, what are you talking about? Sun Ruro hurriedly said, it's a monster. At that time, we were chased and came down from above. We wanted to activate the spirit absorption array of the dragon boat. I saw a monster in the water where contractual spiritual beasts were raised. It was a monster with a human face, and it was smiling at me. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, now that you mention it, it sounds very scary. Sun Ruro was speechless. It is scary. The place where we are now is also very scary. Han Fei frowned slightly, remembering what Xiao Sei told him about the danger under the boat. But he didn't encounter any danger all the way down. Besides, he thought that even if he encountered danger, he shouldn't be afraid. Han Fei smiled. Let's go. If there is really danger, they won't let us go out. But if we go out, whatever danger there is down there will have nothing to do with us. Zhang Xuanyu nodded, carrying a mid-quality spiritual rod. Let's go out. Han Fei curled his lips. Shoot, why are you still using mid-quality spiritual weapons? Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei threw a high-quality spiritual rod and a high-quality battlesuit at him. I don't have time now. I'll get you an ultra-quality one later. Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Is it so simple? Do you think I can get it just like that? Wang Baiwan and the other 2 swallowed. Damn, he's so rich. How could he casually throw a high-quality spiritual weapon? But this was not the time to ask. They had to get out of here first. Han Fei chuckled. Have you ever taken their sea-swallowing seashells? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Of course I have. It's just that most of these people were not strong when they were alive, and there was nothing good in their sea-swallowing seashells. I suspect that when the people on the dragon boats were still alive, they exchanged their treasures with others for food. So, don't expect to find anything good in their sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei thought about it and found it made sense. Who would guard their sea-swallowing seashells when they were about to die? Roar! Huh! As soon as the seal was lifted, Han Fei's fists glowed with golden light and were as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people who approached were blown away by Han Fei. Boom! 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 Han Fei broke the triple barrier with a punch, and a huge gust of wind swept past. Wherever the fist wind reached, people were sent flying. Wow! Lu Finfang and the other two looked at each other. So fierce, so fierce. Zhang Xuanyu was also shocked. Fei Fei, when did you learn boxing? Why didn't I know? Han Fei sneered. You were locked in the flowstone pit as soon as you showed up. It would be strange if you didn't know. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. No, I saw that you were on the wanted list. But I didn't have time to pay attention to this at that time. Where did you go later? Han Fei said lightly. After the seagrass land, I went to the undersea city to find Xia Shaochan. Then, we explored the steps into the sea together. So, after you go out, don't go to these places. Hurry up and find your opportunity. Zhang Xuanyu gnashed his teeth and said, Asshole, I regret it. I hate that I am not outside. Otherwise, I will be on the wanted list. Han Fei chuckled. Do you think you are not on the list? Xia Shaochan and I are on the wanted list. Although your name is not on it, do you dare to go to a crowded place openly? I will definitely catch you as soon as you show up. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. Isn't it because of you two? Han Fei chatted with Zhang Xuanyu while fighting. Wang Baiwan and the other two were all dumbfounded. Isn't Zhang Xuanyu's brother a bit too awesome? And he is also on the wanted list? Just when Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu were chatting, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. He moved his feet and punched out like a dragon, and a golden fist shadow blasted into the mist. Bam! Kacha! The wooden planks were cracking, and the mist was drifting away. Han Fei saw a big tail appear, swinging at him again. Humph! I'll kill you! The blood-drinking knife swept all the way, and the deck was shattered wherever it passed. The mist was split into two halves, forming two mist vortexes. Puff! A tail several meters long rolled under everyone's feet. However, in the blink of an eye, Han Fei had already caught up with it. Zhang Xuanyu's body trembled. So F** King Strong. How many opportunities did this B***starred get? How did he become so strong? Han Fei took the lead, only to see a black figure jumping through the mist. Where are you going? Come back. Swish, swish, swish. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers swept out crazily. Han Fei didn't need to know where that thing was at all. He didn't believe that no matter how fast it was, it could be faster than his daggers. Squeak! But the next scene shocked Han Fei. He heard a baby's cry. Swish, swish, swish. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers sank into his body, and Han Fei turned around and shouted to Zhang Xuanyu, Seal yourself. Zhang Xuanyu said, Seal my ass? My strength has been restored. Let's do it. Han Fei smiled and said, Okay, then go do it. That thing ran very fast. I couldn't catch up with it. Sun Ruo hurriedly ran over. I knew it. I'm not mistaken. There really is something. Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife. More than one. Chapter 493. The fog itself was a very strange atmosphere, and in this fog there were many unknowns, especially that cry that sounded like a baby's cry. In a place like this, it gave people goosebumps. Han Fei frowned slightly and said, Did you find anything different? Zhang Xuanyu smiled. Of course. Since this thing came out, those blue mutants have disappeared. It seems that they are very afraid of this thing. Han Fei said, Let's go. Go to the first floor. Don't worry about them. Kill them. None of the 5 people spoke and seemed to be listening. All Sun Ruo and the other 2 could do was follow Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu closely. There were actually 5 floors under the dragon boat, and Han Fei and the others were now on the bottom floor. However, because of Han Fei, a strong teammate, they moved very fast. It only took them half an hour to go up to the 3rd underground floor. This floor was also where the black market on the dragon boat was located. Many people who couldn't afford to live on the first floor could live here for free, which was also the dirtiest place in the entire dragon boat. When Han Fei just got on this floor, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and then a fat face was stuck in front of him. F***CKU, boom! Han Fei was really taken aback and punched out. However, a large hole filled with fangs suddenly appeared below the human face. Han Fei punched out, only to be bitten by it. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath and unleashed the 9-layered waves with his cudgel. However, to their surprise, that thing actually turned into a cloud of fog and disappeared. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It's fake. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu turned around in an instant, only to see Zhang Xuanyu suddenly hit out with his rod. Behind Lu Finfang, a big mouth was directly picked up by Zhang Xuanyu. With a thought, Han Fei attached to the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, and the chain directly buckled over. Bam! The human face monster was directly thrown to the ground by Han Fei. Lu Finfang was already scared out of his wits, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. He didn't feel anything at all. Just now, when Zhang Xuanyu attacked, he looked sideways and saw a big mouth like a black hole. He almost peed his pants. Lu Finfang staggered. Oh my God! Thank you, old Zhang and brother Han, for saving me. Zhang Xuanyu patted him on the shoulder, and Han Fei stared at the monster without speaking. A notification appeared in his eyes. Ghost Baby Salamander Introduction. After the deep-sea salamander devours a human, it will absorb the human's chaotic memories and form a soul-sucking ghost face. It can create an illusory body. Its speed was extremely fast, and its mouth was invincible. It could convert food into energy and store it in the void. Level 38 Exotic Quality-Contained Spiritual Energy 2584 points consumption induces delirium. Collectible Ghost Face Absorbable. Han Fei grinned. This thing is so disgusting. It could even compete with the monstrous octopus. Zhang Xuanyu's face turned pale when he saw this guy. He shivered and had goosebumps all over his body. Sun Roro screamed directly, and a circle of seaweed wrapped around her body, subconsciously protecting herself. Lu Finfang picked up the armor box and was about to smash it on the head. However, it was blocked by Han Fei's hand. Only Wang Baiwan said in surprise, "Dragon." Yeah, the ghost baby salamander was struggling. However, everyone was staring at its body at this moment. This thing was more like a lizard with a body composed of blue and black. On its head, which was its face, was the distorted face of a woman. At this moment, it was wriggling, which made everyone's stomach churn. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "I can't tell you. You may not believe it, but this is an exotic creature. Are any of you interested in signing a contract with it?" Han Fei would never sign a contract with it. A monstrous octopus hanging in the demon purification pot was enough to give him a headache. Now, there was another disgusting salamander. It was absolutely impossible for him to accept it. Otherwise, during the next fusion, there was an 80% chance that a freak would be born. After all, there were 4 creatures hanging in the demon purification pot at this moment, except for an iron wall lobster. None of the other 3 were normal. The mutant devil fish only had a layer of skin. The snake-tentacled, shark-faced octopus was an all-round freak. The divine seaweed octopus was a big green fat sausage, which was also ugly. If there was another ghost baby salamander, did you want to have a 3rd contractual spiritual beast? Zhang Xuanyu quickly waved his hand. "No way. I don't want it. I don't want it." Sun Ro cried. "I don't want it either." Lu Finfang cried. "No, I feel dizzy when I see it now." But Wang Baiwan squatted on the ground. "I want it." "You want it." Even Han Fei exclaimed in disbelief. "What a weird taste you have. You want it too?" Wang Baiwan smiled and said, "In any case, this thing is just a kind of creature. It's not its fault that it is ugly. Since it is so strong, why don't you want it? Han Fei turned his head. You can have it if you want. There should be more than one of this thing. You'd better hurry up. Without saying anything, Wang Baiwan began to sign a contract. Han Fei was staring at the mist in a daze, when suddenly an ethereal voice came to his ear. Help me! Help me! Who is it? Han Fei suddenly scolded, giving the others a fright. Zhang, Xuanyu quickly looked around. Fei Fei, what's wrong? Han Fei stared at him. Did you hear someone crying for help just now? Crying for help? They looked at each other. It was so quiet that even a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Where did the cry for help come from? Seeing that they didn't seem to hear anything, Han Fei couldn't help but frown. When he tried to listen again, he could no longer hear the cry for help. This made Han Fei wonder if he had an auditory hallucination. After this ghost baby salamander was taken away by Wang Baiwan, they didn't see another ghost baby salamander appear, so they went straight to the first floor of the cabin. In the quiet environment of the third floor, there was finally a slight commotion. Hearing the commotion, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After all, it was definitely better to face those blue mutants who had gone completely crazy than to face these elusive ghost salamanders. Hiss! Roar! Han Fei cleared the way with his fists, and Zhang Xuanyu dragged the rod on the floor and scrupulously, not caring that it would be heard by those blue mutants. And the Wang Baiwan trio were no longer afraid because their strength had been restored. Seeing hundreds of blue mutants rushing over from all directions, Han Fei didn't need to worry about the surroundings anymore. They were directly knocked down by Wang Baiwan and the other two. The 5 of them went straight up, and after nearly half an hour, they finally came to the first floor of the deck. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath, stretched out, yawned, and said, "It's so comfortable. We're finally out." Lu Finfang said, "It feels so good to be back on the deck." Sun Ro looked around vigilantly. "Don't forget, these people on the deck are not completely unconscious. They still have a little instinct, so they are much more powerful than the blue mutants." Han Fei looked up and said, "Let's go straight to the top of the ship." Zhang Xuanyu wondered, have you seen Xiao Sei?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Otherwise, how would I know about you?" This dragon boat had no defensive barriers now, so it was very easy to go directly to the top of the ship from the first floor of the deck. They could easily get up with a fishing hook. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Just now, he was even dragged away by that delirious woman. He was really stupid. However, as soon as they cast their fishing hooks, they heard a splash as if something had fallen into the sea. Han Fei was still puzzled and was about to go over to have a look, but he found that Zhang Xuanyu and the other 3's faces suddenly changed. Han Fei knew that something bad had happened, and he immediately asked, "What do you mean? What fell into the sea?" Sun Ro trembled a little and said, "People. They jumped into the sea." Han Fei wondered, aren't they courting death? Do they still expect to swim out at this time? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head slightly. They didn't swim out. These people simply jumped into the sea, sank, and finally died in the sea. Han Fei felt that his head had been struck by lightning, and he asked in astonishment, "Suicide?" Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "In a sense, yes." Lu Finfang's face was ugly. This is the consequence of eating the blue fish. Some people can resist with their own will at the beginning. As long as they are clear-minded, they will not jump into the sea. But once, Han Fei asked, "What?" Lu Finfang sighed. Once they lose the hope of survival, or their desire to survive reaches a certain level, they will jump into the sea. No one knows why. Wang Baiwan sighed. You may not believe it, but when they jump, they all have a bright smile on their faces. Han Fei, damn, this is a typical ghost ship incident, almost exactly the same as my guess. Chapter 494. In fact, when Han Fei first saw the yellow-winged flying insect, he had a guess. But later, after boarding the dragon boat, Han Fei found that those people had just gone crazy and were still conscious. So he didn't continue to speculate and thought it was just a coincidence. Now it seemed that many coincidences in the world were not necessarily coincidences. Perhaps there was some unknown connection between them. For example, the reason why Han Fei calmed down when he saw the yellow-winged flying insect was because he knew a story. The story went like this. A family of 4 rented a cruise ship and went to the sea for fun. Later, due to an accident, the cruise ship sank. The family drifted on the sea for a long time and met a fishing boat. At that time, the family kept calling for help. But even though the boat was dozens of meters away, no one came to rescue them. Moreover, the deck was empty. They could only climb onto the fishing boat along the rope ladder. However, they found that there was no one on the boat. The steering equipment had been turned off. The table was covered with dust, and there was only a half-written nautical log. But according to the log, the time recorded on it was 27 years different from when the family boarded the boat. At the end of the last day of this log, the words, since leaving the port, "Everything has been smooth," were written. In the end, because the family had no food to eat, they could only think of fishing. However, fishing required bait, and they were surprised to find that there was a kind of purple flying insect on the surface of the sea. With the little flying insect as bait, they actually caught some small blue fish. At that time, they didn't think there was anything wrong with this small blue fish and even felt that it tasted extremely delicious. In his spare time, the owner also read this paragraph in the nautical log. After being bitten by a kind of purple flying insect, my whole body itched. I hated them, so I used them as bait and actually caught a kind of small blue fish that I had never seen before. It tasted unique and very delicious. However, when he got up the next morning, the owner found that the cabin door was opened and he found that his youngest son was missing. His search was fruitless and he was depressed. The next day, his eldest son disappeared again. The owner was afraid that his wife was also missing, so he didn't dare to sleep but pretended to be asleep. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, he found his wife in a state of sleepwalking. She came to the deck and said, "This is the most wonderful place in the world." Then she was about to jump into the sea, but fortunately, she was saved by the owner. Later, according to his wife, someone whispered in her ear, "Follow me. Walk slowly. Don't alarm the others." On the deck, his wife saw beautiful birds flying in the sky and sparkling treasures scattered on the ground. It was like heaven on earth. The merry crowd saw her and called out to her. The only way to get there was through the ladder. She was about to jump down without hesitation, but someone hugged her. In the darkness, the voice said, "Come back tomorrow." At this moment, while Han Fei was stunned, another figure suddenly descended from the sky. Han Fei hooked the man, tied him up, and pulled him up. The skinny man, who had been crazily pouncing on the food, was now motionless and had a brilliant smile on his face. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. These people can still be saved. Let's try. Plop! This was a voice coming from somewhere else in the fog. They couldn't see him, so they couldn't save him. Those people jumped into the sea, which meant that there was no chance of saving them. Zhang Xuanyu was surprised. Why are so many people jumping into the sea? Logically speaking, other than the uncontrollable ones, the rest of them should have been tied up. Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu's face changed. Let's go. I'm afraid that something must have happened up there. Hurry up. On the top of the dragon boat, Zhang Xuanyu roared. Xiaosei, did you hear that? Give me a reply. However, there was no sound on the top of the dragon boat. At this moment, even Han Fei knew that something was wrong up there. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Seriously, the top of the dragon boat is not so large. Let's go around at full speed. There are so many starving people. It's impossible for them not to make any noise." Han Fei nodded slightly. So the 5 of them quickly ran wildly in the fog. If these people were not crazy or hungry to the extreme, it would be fine. But at this moment, even Xiao Sei's subordinates were extremely hungry, not to mention so many people who were almost unconscious. After running for about 10,000 meters, the 5 of them heard a roar. Sun Ruo said, "On the 4th floor." When Han Fei and the others entered the cabin on the 4th floor, they found a large number of bones on the ground, and all of them were people who had just died. Han Fei suddenly said, "Don't move. I smell stir-fried, yellow-blooded sea cucumber." Zhang Xuanyu asked, "I just wanted to say, did you give them food?" "Yes." Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. "Oh no, they didn't eat anything before." Then, under the strict rules, they were able to live in peace. Now that you have given them food, even if Xiao Sei can hold back his desire, others may not be able to. Wang Baiwan took a breath. Wow. Among Xiao Sei's group, many of them used to be peak-level dangling fishers, right? Hearing Wang Baiwan's words, everyone immediately moved forward quickly. However, Han Fei and the others made a lot of noise. When they were about 2,000 meters away, they felt that someone was running. Han Fei shouted, "Where are you going?" When they passed by the place where the person had eaten just now, they found a large group of people lying on the ground, most of them dead, and Xiao Sei was tied to a pillar. Han Fei said, "I'll chase them. You stay and meet on the top of the boat." Han Fei was like a beast running through a wall. Although there were layers of fog in front of him, he smelled like vegetables. How could he escape from him? Bam, bam, bam. The broken hull was smashed by Han Fei. In less than 10 minutes, Han Fei had already stood in front of the 5 people. Han Fei grinned. "I thought you would run separately, but you are very smart. Your strength has not been fully restored. Running separately will only reduce your chances of survival. TSK, is the yellow-blooded sea cucumber delicious?" Among the 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. A piece of flesh was even bitten off by something on the face of the leading man. He looked at Han Fei and his eyes flickered. "We just want to live." Han Fei sneered. "Just want to live? You killed so many people? Did Xiao Sei not give you food? Or do you think you can get out of the abyssal chasm with these yellow-blooded sea cucumbers?" Next to the man, a soul warrior who seemed to have not fully recovered roared and slapped at Han Fei with a rod in his hand. His strength had been restored to the level of an advanced, dangling fisher. It was a pity that they met Han Fei. Han Fei clenched his fist and punched the rod. The man directly smashed a layer of wood and rolled 7 or 8 meters on the ground before he stopped. Han Fei grinned. "If you are all in your peak state, maybe there will be a chance. I really may not be able to catch you, but do you still have 50% of your combat power? Brother, let us go." The eyes of the leading man stared straight at Han Fei, but he was ready to fight. The other 4 were the same. They seemed to be ready to fight to the death. Han Fei smiled slightly. "It's not up to me whether I let you go or not." With that, the 4 people on the opposite side moved, and a huge amount of seaweed grew under Han Fei's feet. The leading man held a short spear in his hand and stabbed at Han Fei with all his strength. Another person held a sledgehammer in his hand and smashed down violently. Another person had already rushed to Han Fei's side and stabbed at Han Fei's armpit with a knife. Clang, BAM, 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 golden fist shadows, like brilliant lights in the darkness, for punches, and all 4 people vomited blood and were sent flying. How is this possible? The leading man was dumbfounded. Isn't this an advanced, dangling fisher? Why is he so strong? For punches easily knocked them down. Moreover, that spear of his had clearly hit him. Why couldn't he break his body? How strong was this person's physique? Han Fei dragged these 5 people back. 5 people were tied to a single fishing rod. All of them were like deflated balloons. They were silent, as if they had accepted their fate. On the top of the boat, Xiao Sei was sitting cross-legged to recover. Many people were so hungry that they only had bones left, cowering in the mist, not daring to approach. When Han Fei came back, Xiao Sei suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the 5 people. Bastards! Chapter 495. After dragging the 5 people back, Han Fei learned the reason for their betrayal from Xiao Sei. Han Fei had given Xiao Sei a pot of yellow-blooded sea cucumber before. Xiao Sei's original idea was to share it equally for everyone and then maintain it for a few days to reduce the negative impact of the blue fish. But there were many people here who hadn't lost their minds. More than 500 people. Even if they each took a bite, they wouldn't be able to survive for 3 days. Therefore, some people argued, saying that they should let some people eat first, go out after recovering, and then collect a lot of food to save everyone. However, they had been here for so long and had seen too many changes in people's minds. Did they really believe that those who went out would come back? However, not to mention whether or not he could get out. Even if he could, what was the probability of him coming back after escaping? And these people attacked Xiao Sei at that time, snatched his swallowing seashell, and intended to escape. However, they didn't expect that Han Fei would come back so soon. They even thought that Han Fei wouldn't come back. After all, some of them had gone deep into the bottom floor and met the ghost baby salamanders. They knew that there were not only blue mutants, but also such terrifying creatures below the cabin. Among the people who were caught by Han Fei, the leader sneered. How long can a yellow-blooded sea cucumber last? Xiao Sei, you know I made the right choice. Xiao Sei frowned. You shouldn't have killed so many people. They stopped me. The leader roared crazily. They're going crazy. They'll do anything just to have a bite to eat. You and I are different. We know how to make use of this unexpected energy. After hearing the conversation between the two, Han Fei felt that his head was about to explode. It seemed that, in a sense, both sides had their own reasons. As an outsider, it seemed that he had done something bad with good intentions. Those who were almost lost were about to rush up at this moment, but were forcibly stopped by Xiao Sei. Banish. Since the 5 people were caught by Han Fei, they had lost hope. But the leader laughed and scolded. Xiao Sei, at least I'm open and above board. And you, hypocrite, how did you survive until now? Don't you know? After that, the man looked at Han Fei and the others. You were just deceived by him. He is a liar, a liar. Xiao Sei's face darkened. Get lost. Take care of yourselves. Xiao Sei didn't kill these people. Instead, he threw them into the thick fog and let them fend for themselves. However, Han Fei frowned. For some reason, he felt a little strange. He knew very little about Xiao Sei, so he couldn't tell right from wrong. He couldn't possibly reason with a bunch of lunatics. They only had food in their eyes. Xiao Sei, on the other hand, gave Han Fei the feeling that he was too calm and steady. He didn't doubt that Xiao Sei was a good person, but how should he draw the line? He wasn't sure. It's like having 2 train tracks with children on them. One path had 1 child, and one path had 3 children. Now that the train is coming, do you want 1 child to die or a few children to die? In fact, the choice itself was not good or bad. Han Fei took 2 steps back into the mist and then snapped his fingers, throwing a swallowing seashell at the 5 people who were leaving. Han Fei was thinking, no matter whether these 5 people could escape or not, it was always right to leave them a way out. If Xiao Sei was a good person, then even if these 5 people got out in the future, they couldn't do anything to him. If Xiao Sei was a hypocrite, then these 5 people would be an obstacle for him. Among the people present, no one except Zhang Xuanyu noticed Han Fei's move. Others wouldn't care whether Han Fei took 2 steps forward or 2 steps back. Only Zhang Xuanyu knew Han Fei. Therefore, he would pay attention to this kind of trivial behavior. Zhang Xuanyu asked via voice transmission, "What did you give them?" Han Fei replied, "A yellow-blood sea cucumber. If they are lucky enough, they may be able to get out alive." Zhang Xuanyu guessed immediately, "Do you think there is something wrong with Xiao Sei?" Han Fei responded indifferently, "I'm not sure. Xiao Sei has been on this dragon boat for several months, right? If he can survive until now and keep helping these people, Why doesn't he go out? Zhang Xuanyu was taken aback for a moment, and then responded expressionlessly, got it. I'll pay attention to him. After the communication, Han Fei smiled and said, Xiao Sei, can you count the number of people who haven't lost their minds? Xiao Sei let out a long sigh. Yes. Wait a minute. Xiao Sei shouted to those people. Bring those who are still tied up here. Everyone gather. After shouting, Xiao Sei said with a bitter face, I have no choice. No one can predict what will happen after eating the blue fish in a short period of time. Today, after the 5 of them robbed me of my swallowing seashell, it also caused chaos. Many people broke free from the ropes and jumped into the sea. Han Fei frowned slightly. Did anyone jump down and get rescued? Xiao Sei shook his head. No, they jumped into the sea too quickly. Unless someone is watching them in person. Once they can't be seen in this fog, there is no chance to find them again. There was still a man tied to Han Fei's fishing rod. He walked over, grabbed a handful of crisps, and stuffed them into the man's hands. Smelling the food, the man suddenly woke up. Then he crazily stuffed the crisps into his mouth, stuffing nearly 20 pieces. Energy overflowed from the man's body, and then his flesh and blood began to recover, and there was a look of struggle in his eyes. This man was much less crazy than the woman Han Fei met when he first boarded the ship. So, soon, the struggle in his eyes became clear. Han Fei asked, Can you speak? The man opened his mouth several times, and then slowly said, Yes, I can. Delighted, Han Fei asked, What did you see when you jumped into the sea? Why did you jump? The man was a little creeped out and seemed to be lost in memories. In everyone's nervous expectation, after 100 minutes, the man said, It seemed that someone was calling me. I saw a coral sea. There were colorful corals, colorful sea urchins, seaweed floating along the warm currents, fish swimming in groups, prawns and crabs hunting for food, and snails crawling. The picture described by this man was almost a dreamy ocean. But on second thought, wasn't the place he described similar to the 1,000 miles of coral reefs? Regardless of danger, the 1,000 miles of coral reefs could definitely be called a fairyland in terms of beauty. However, in a place like the abyssal chasm, this beauty was infinitely magnified. Han Fei knew that the reason why this man wanted to go to this place was probably because he wanted to eat fish. Sun Ro stuck out her tongue. It's so weird. Gulp. Wang Baiwan and Lu Finfang looked at each other. Fortunately, Brother Yu's food kept us alive. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have jumped into the sea long ago. At this moment, those who were still sane had come. At this moment, they all appeared in front of Han Fei in groups. Some people were still in the mist and had to be approached to see them. Help me. Han Fei was about to ask something when his ears suddenly twitched, and the blood-drinking knife on his waist instantly shot out and slashed behind him. Han Fei's face became ugly. This knife didn't cut anything, but he did hear it. Someone was speaking in his ear, asking him for help. The voice was very crisp and immature, not like an adult calling for help. Everyone looked at Han Fei in astonishment. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly came over and asked, Fei, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly attack? Han Fei frowned. Did you hear the cry for help? This was the second time Han Fei had asked this question. Zhang Xuanyu immediately took it seriously. No, did you really hear it? As he spoke, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Xiao Sei. He had been here for a long time. Maybe he could know something. Xiao Sei was also stunned by Han Fei's sudden attack. At this time he asked, Cry for help? No. Have you heard of it? But Xiao Sei didn't know what to say. These people wouldn't be willing to talk unless they were eating, because talking also required energy. Besides, they had been roaring for a long time, so they had already become numb. Hearing Xiao Sei's question, they all shook their heads. Han Fei didn't care but asked, How many people are there in total? Xiao Sei sighed. A lot of people died just now. Now there are only 453 people who are fully conscious. Without further ado, Han Fei threw out 10 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers and said, "Recover first." Huh. Hiss. Roar. For a moment, those people were about to riot, but Xiao Sei hurriedly shouted, don't panic, one by one." Han Fei frowned slightly and then suddenly smiled. "Let me do it. I'll be faster." Han Fei felt that Xiao Sei's action was a bit of a waste of time, so he simply took out the blood-drinking knife. Hundreds of knife lights poured out and cut the 10 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers into nearly 500 pieces. Han Fei said lightly, "Divide them." Chapter 496. The energy contained in a complete yellow-blooded sea cucumber was enough to make 4 to 5 peak-level dangling fissures explode. In fact, none of these 400 people were weak. The weakest of them was an advanced dangling fissure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived in this place. Among them, the number of peak-level dangling fissures had exceeded 100, and there were nearly 200 of them. Only 10 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers were certainly not enough. These people were divided very quickly, but their strength was at most restored to the state of junior dangling fissures. However, Han Fei didn't plan to give them more food, because once these people recovered, they would all be extremely strong. Once an accident happened, it would be impossible to control them. Lu Fengfang leaned to Han Fei. "Is it really okay to just give it to them?" Wang Baiwan also said via voice transmission, "These people are not weak, but we have very few people." Xiao Sei looked at Han Fei gratefully, immediately joined the crowd, and began to distribute and maintain order. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "Fei Fei, how many yellow-blooded sea cucumbers do you have?" Han Fei chuckled. 8,000 or 800. As soon as Han Fei said this, the entire top of the boat fell silent. Even those who were fighting for the sea cucumbers were dumbfounded. Xiao Sei staggered. F***CKU. Do you think you have too many sea-swallowing seashells? 1,000 or 800 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Are you here to gain experience or to eat? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Okay, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Han Fei took out dozens of sea-swallowing seashells and gave them to Zhang Xuanyu. Here you go. Han Fei said via voice transmission, 300 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, more than 300 energy-enhancing spiritual fruits, 20 million mid-quality pearls, a fishing boat that can travel 65,000 kilometers in a day, a demon-level divine quality disguise technique, the almost perfect majestic mystic spell, nearly 100 high-quality spiritual weapons and battle suits. Okay, I've plundered half of the level 3 fishery and given them all to you. I really envy you for having a brother like me. The fishing boat is borrowed. You have to return it to me. Yes. Han Fei gave the second fishing boat to Zhang Xuanyu only a few days after it was refined. There was no other reason than that he couldn't let Zhang Xuanyu go into the abyssal chasm with him. Besides, Zhang Xuanyu had been trapped for a long time and hadn't been to any other places except the flowstone pit in the level 3 fishery. Right now, he was probably the weakest among them. He felt that he had to let Zhang Xuanyu go out to look for opportunities. In order to prevent himself from being hunted down, without the Thousand Faces art and the Wind God boat, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he didn't feel any heartache when he gave them away. In any case, he had no use for it now. Moreover, he believed that after he found the treasures left by Run Tianfei, his strength would definitely improve significantly. By then, no matter who he met in the level 3 fishery, even if it was a hanging fisher, he wouldn't be afraid. The expression on Zhang Xuanyu's face froze, and he thought to himself, "What the F***CK? What the F***CK?" He felt as if tens of thousands of iron-head fish were rushing past him. Gulp, F***CK. Zhang Xuanyu shuddered and quickly put away the sea-swallowing seashells. Then he asked in shock, Where did you get them? F asterisk CK. This, Zhang Xuanyu's hands trembled, and he felt that his brain had crashed. How many F asterisk king opportunities did Han Fei get? There were nearly 100 superior-grade spiritual weapons and battle armors, more than 300 spiritual fruits, 10 million mid-quality pearls, a fishing boat that was even faster than the Ghost Speed Divine Boat, and a divine-quality disguise technique and an amazing secret technique. Zhang Xuanyu felt that he was in a bad mood, and his face turned red. He felt that he had lost so much face that it was as if he had lost it all the way to his grandmother's house. We are both from the Thug Academy, but why is Han Fei so excellent while I'm so lame? However, Zhang Xuanyu immediately realized what Han Fei meant. He said seriously, "Asshole, why do I feel that you're not giving me things but asking me to go out?" Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a faint smile. "Of course I'm asking you to go out. Lu Rinquang and Luo Xiaobai are still missing. Although Xia Shaochan is outside, there are many people hunting her. It's up to you." Zhang Xuanyu was stunned, and it took him a while to realize what he meant. "Hey no, asshole, are you going to go in alone?" Han Fei said with a smile, "What else can I do? Otherwise, with your mediocre combat power, how can I let you go with me? Do you want to die?" Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. Actually, I still have trump cards." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "No matter how powerful they are, you haven't become an advanced dangling fisher yet. They won't help you." Zhang Xuanyu was speechless and suddenly said, "No, it's dangerous for me, but it's not dangerous for you. We can take care of each other. If you go alone, no one can help you if something happens." Han Fei chuckled. "Okay, don't talk nonsense. I'm asking you to go out, so go out. If you have a chance, find a ghost ship as big as the dragon boat, called the Evil Shield." Zhang Xuanyu's expression changed. Seeing that Han Fei was so sure, he didn't insist anymore. No one knew what he was thinking. Han Fei suddenly changed the topic. "Xiao say, apart from these people, how many people on the first floor can still be saved?" Xiao Sei shrugged and smiled bitterly. "I don't know. Many of those people are in a half-crazy state and have lost their minds. We can only catch them one by one. However, I estimate that the number is no less than 1,000. Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a smile. How about we be good guys for once?" Zhang Xuanyu wondered. "When are we not good guys?" Han Fei chuckled and thought to himself, "If you go out and see the current wanted list, you probably won't think so. Xia Shaochan and I have become two big devils." Han Fei waved his fishing rod, and a yellow-blooded sea cucumber was already hanging on it. "It's too troublesome to catch them one by one. However, it's too easy for them to find us by themselves." Everyone immediately understood Han Fei's intentions. Sun Roro's eyes were full of hope. Lu Finfang let out a long breath. Wang Baiwan told Han Fei that it would consume a lot of food, seeing the scene. Xiao Sei couldn't help but frown. He didn't know who Han Fei was, but why was this guy so unusual? He didn't want to save those who had already gone crazy. Whether he could save them or not was one thing. Even if he did save them, could so many people really walk out of here? Would they really know how to repay the kindness shown to them? Zhang Xuanyu pretended to look at those people who were swallowing the yellow-blooded sea cucumber crazily, but his eyes were always paying attention to Xiao Sei. His every move fell into his eyes. Zhang Xuanyu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Something is wrong with Xiao Sei." Han Fei was waving his fishing rod, and he crushed an energy spiritual fruit on the yellow-blooded sea cucumber. He believed that as long as they had lived here for a long time, their sensitivity to energy would definitely not be low. Therefore, as long as he took back the fishing hook, he believed that those people would definitely all rush over. Hearing Zhang Xuanyu's voice transmission, Han Fei responded, "I know. It's not easy to be the leader of such a group of people. There must be something special about this person. However, I haven't found out that he has any malicious intent yet. So, This time you may have to take these people out with him. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. Can we really take them out? When we came in, we found that there were too many weird things in the sea area. They will be hit by some invisible force, and they will also be sucked into the vortex and disappear. Han Fei said, follow the ghost ferryman. It's a bit slow, but as long as we make it through that part of the way, it won't be a problem to get out. After all, this time you're not going out one or two, but hundreds or thousands of people, and this is not the real abyssal chasm. If you can't even get out of here, you might as well commit suicide. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Let me try. The Dead Sea, where fishing boats can't sail, and this energy-absorbing ocean have already doomed countless people. Even if there are more dangerous existences, they shouldn't be here. These people on the top of the boat, after obtaining energy, many of them sat cross-legged and were recovering. After about a quarter of an hour, the entire top of the boat was shaking. Xiao Sei shouted, everyone back off, Sun Ro, and the others all stood behind Han Fei. Those who had food now were the big shots. Han Fei didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he threw out more than 20 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Hiss, roar, bam, bam. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. There seemed to be a fight between them. Han Fei nodded, took out a few more yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, cut them into hundreds of pieces, and threw them into the mist. At this point, the sound of fighting in the mist was much better. Immediately afterward, there was the sound of chewing, a lot of chewing. It was not until half an hour later that the mist quieted down. Then, a skinny person appeared from the mist. The first person who appeared covered his head with one hand while looking at Han Fei and the others vigilantly. Han Fei said, if you've recovered your consciousness, say something. Can. Energy, phew! Zhang Xuanyu and the others were relieved when they heard this person say these two words, after throwing out nearly 50 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. These people finally recovered a little. Han Fei said to them via voice transmission, it's up to you now. Hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu smiled and immediately took a few steps forward. Everyone, if you can still understand human language, make a sound. Today, in an hour, we will set off and leave this damn place. When Zhang Xuanyu spoke, Xiao Sei in the thick mist slightly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 497. In fact, Han Fei didn't save all the people. Some people were completely crazy and lost. Even if they ate the yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, they would still go crazy. Zhang Xuanyu didn't need to use any tricks to recruit these people easily. Here, whoever had energy was the boss. Han Fei gave Zhang Xuanyu a lot of energy, which was 300 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Even if all the people here were peak-level dangling fishers, they could survive for a day. Besides, neither Han Fei nor Zhang Xuanyu would keep them full of energy all the time. Yes, Zhang Xuanyu was distributing the meat one by one and talking to everyone. If they wanted to live, they shouldn't eat it now. This was their only chance to leave alive. It was also at this moment that Han Fei discovered that he couldn't save everyone. There were nearly 300 people here. Even though they ate and digested the meat of the yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, they still went crazy. Because of this, they charged into the crowd again, causing the deaths of dozens of people. In the end, it was Han Fei who drove all of them away. In the end, according to the statistics, there were not as many people who could still retain their intelligence. There were exactly 1,001 people, one more than 1,000. However, this number was actually not small. Han Fei couldn't imagine how he could survive in this damn place until now, without energy, if he were them. There must be a lot of sad and cruel stories, but no one would mention them. And the group of people led by Xiao Sei naturally lined up and came to Zhang Xuanyu to get food. At this moment, the person who had been secretly watching Xiao Sei became Han Fei. Some of the people lining up to get food had tears in their eyes. Some wept with joy, and some thanked him repeatedly. Brother, I can't thank you enough. My life is yours from now on. Benefactor, if we can survive this, I, Yangling, will do anything for you in the future. Brother Zhang, Brother Han, thank you very much. Han Fei smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang, Xuanyu occasionally talked to these people. Xiao Sei came to Han Fei. Brother Han, it's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known. Alas, I'm really desperate. Han Fei said with a smile, not all. I'm just trying to earn some merit for myself. Xiao Sei said, Brother Han is a righteous man. I know that you came here to save Brother Zhang. However, so many people are indebted to you for saving them. Brother Han has given them a second chance at life. Han Fei chuckled and said, You flatter me, Brother Xiao. Xiao Sei's face was a little perturbed as he said, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if Brother Han can lead us out of this sea? Han Fei frowned. A good show is coming. Han Fei thought to himself, This is what you really want to know, right? Han Fei frowned. I'm afraid I can't go out with you. Upon hearing this, many people were moved. Brother Han, why don't you come with us? The abyssal chasm is too dangerous. I can't risk it. Brother Han, we've already consumed so much of your food. If you want to continue exploring, you should at least prepare enough food. Brother Han. Xiao Sei also said, Brother Han, you're the strongest person here right now. If you don't go with us, I'm afraid. Han Fei smiled and said, Zhang Xuanyu, Wang Baiwan, and the others, their strength has not been reduced at all. They are still at their peak. Besides, I can see that Brother Xiao is still an advanced dangling fisher, which is the same as me. How can you say that I'm the strongest? Xiao Sei sighed. Well, alas, Brother Han, this is a dangerous trip. If you're not strong enough, you should turn back immediately. Han Fei said with a smile, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xiao. Zhang Xuanyu was sending stuff with his back to the two of them. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes. Hypocrite. 2F** King hypocritical. As soon as Xiao Sei finished asking, Han Fei took the opportunity to say to Zhang Xuanyu, You, take them out. I'll leave such a difficult task to you. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Are you leaving now? Han Fei said, I'll explain it to you when we're done. Zhang Xuanyu pondered for a moment. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Han Fei left quickly and jumped off the top of the dragon boat. Then he didn't move again. Sun Roro said, Zhang Xuanyu, why did Han Fei leave? It's really dangerous. We haven't even reached the real inner periphery of the abyssal chasm, but we're already in such a dangerous situation. How difficult will it be later? Lu Finfeng also said, Yes. Are you sure Brother Han will go alone? Wang Baiwan pondered for a moment. Why don't we go together? Then we can take care of each other. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, It's okay. The three of you together can only drag him down. Then Zhang Xuanyu roared, Everyone, leave the boat with me. Life and death are fated. We only have this chance. Let's go. Leaders and leaders were very strange creatures. No matter big or small, as long as someone took the lead, there would be people following him. Especially at this time, what was in front of everyone was a chance to live. No one knew where the ghost ferryman came from at this moment. Zhang Xuanyu was following a ghost ferryman with thousands of people. He was carrying a fishing boat and slowly moving to the periphery. The reason why he was sure that it was the periphery was that there were two ghost ferrymen who went out at the same time. Besides, they also encountered a ghost ferryman who was sailing to a dragon boat. Xiao Sei was swimming next to Zhang Xuanyu at this moment. Brother Zhang, this thing is too slow. Now that the direction has been determined, why don't we just swim over? It's faster that way. Zhang Xuanyu grinned at Xiao Sei. It's different. We've all sailed fishing boats before. As long as the fishing boat slightly deviates from the direction, the final direction may be completely different in this vast sea. So, we'd rather be slow and hold on for 3 days. Sun Roro nodded. Yes, when we came here, we all followed the ferryman. When we go back, we have to follow him. Otherwise, if we get lost, we will all die here. Xiao Sei smiled and didn't speak. Half a day later, the ghost ferryman began to speed up gradually. But at this moment, someone suddenly said, "Brother Zhang, someone is missing." This voice gave Zhang Xuanyu a bad feeling. He subconsciously looked at Xiao Sei, who was beside him. The latter did not do anything special. So why did someone disappear? Zhang Xuanyu said, "Come here." When the man swam to the front, Zhang Xuanyu asked, "How did you find him?" The man said nervously, "I was behind him and chatted with him several times. However, when I turned my head just now, he was gone. I looked around but didn't find him." Xiao Sei frowned. "Everyone, check if anyone around you is missing." After a moment, "One person is missing on my side. The person who was with me just now is gone." "Not good. The person behind me is gone." For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Zhang Xuanyu said to everyone via voice transmission, "Don't panic. Everyone moves forward in a line and look around. If someone is missing, send a voice transmission immediately. Don't slow down and follow the ferryman." Because there weren't many people missing, there were only about 10 people missing. Besides, everyone thought Zhang Xuanyu's idea was good. So, they weren't particularly worried. After another half a day, the speed of the ferryman was not slow anymore. After a day of swimming, many people had eaten half of the yellow-blooded sea cucumbers they carried. Zhang Xuanyu said telepathically, "Lu Finfang, distribute food." While Zhang Xuanyu was talking to Lu Finfang, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. The line behind us is gone." The crowd was in chaos. It was fine if 1 or 2 people were missing, but a whole team of people was missing. Zhang Xuanyu looked back, only to see dozens of lines, and there were at least 40 or 50 people in each line. 4 or 5 people mysteriously disappeared all of a sudden. Who wouldn't panic? The crowd swam forward crazily, and the line was in chaos. For a moment, the scene was a mess. Zhang Xuanyu roared, "Don't panic. Everyone, continue to line up. 10 people will wander around the line. If you find anything unusual, report immediately." At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "I'll bring up the rear. Everyone in front, line up. I'll bring up the rear for you." Xiao Sei said, "I'll go too." "Don't panic. I'll bring up the rear for you too." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Brother, I'll remember you. What's your name? If something happens to you, everyone will be able to help your family in the future." The man said telepathically, "My name is Fan Datong, and I live in the Blue Sea Town. I'm quite famous, and there are only a few old bastards and little bastards left in my family." Zhang Xuanyu was infuriated. "Since when did I become a bastard?" Chapter 498. Han Fei was very depressed. Originally, this was what he and Zhang Xuanyu had planned. They guessed that something must have happened on this trip, so Han Fei hid in the crowd. However, in this weird sea area, his spiritual perception couldn't be spread at all. The first time someone disappeared, it was actually Han Fei who shouted. However, at that time he didn't find the reason. It seemed that someone disappeared inexplicably. During this half a day, he had been paying attention to it. But this time, a whole team disappeared, which he was the first to discover. A moment ago, he looked back and found that the team was still there. However, when he looked back again, he found that there was no one behind him. Not to mention those people in front of him, even he himself was horrified. These people disappeared without a sign, as if they had never existed. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu had just appeased this group of people. Then, Han Fei saw Xiao Sei come to his side. Xiao Sei glanced at Han Fei and couldn't help but say, "Brother Fan, you look a little unfamiliar." Han Fei nodded. "Hey, I've been muddle-headed before, so it's normal that Brother Xiao hasn't seen me before. I don't even know what I've done." Xiao Sei nodded slightly. "This trip is weird. Be careful." Han Fei nodded and continued to swim with him. After this incident, everyone was much more vigilant and from time to time, someone would look around. This made Han Fei feel very good. Everyone was observing, so it shouldn't be easy to have a problem. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the water around him was moving abnormally. Right in front of him, the flow of the water seemed to be blocked by something. Swish! Han Fei moved away in an instant. When he looked back, he only saw a flash of blue light disappearing from his vision. "Brother Fan, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Han Fei's movement, Xiao Sei hurriedly caught up and asked. Han Fei glanced at Xiao Sei vigilantly and shook his head slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. I just had a bad feeling just now, so I changed my swimming posture." Xiao Sei's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm still next to you. There won't be any abnormal movements." Han Fei thought, "It's because you are next to me that I feel bad." At this moment he was thinking, what the hell is that blue light? He was sure that the disappearance of the people was definitely related to that blue light. Suddenly, Han Fei's body stiffened slightly. He remembered that when he was at the bottom of the hurricane area, he had also seen some blue flakes. At first, he thought it was a ball, but when he got closer, he realized that it was just a piece that didn't seem to have any thickness at all. At that time, he had even thrown stones into it. But even if the stone went in, it wouldn't come out from behind the blue light. At that time, he thought it was some kind of portal. However, thinking about it, how could there be so many teleportation portals? Thus, he didn't approach, nor did he dare to enter. Now that he thought about it, the smear of blue that he had just seen was so similar to the blue light sheet that he had seen back then. After about an hour, when the crowd settled down a little, with Han Fei and Xiao Sei behind them, many people were relieved. Moreover, there were people wandering around the periphery. Everyone felt that the surveillance was in place. The things in the water didn't dare to be too brazen. However, because his speed was getting faster and faster, he became more and more careful. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the water flow was blocked. At that moment, Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. He punched forward, followed by a flash of golden light. Attach! At this time, Han Fei didn't care about exposing himself. He felt that the water flow within dozens of meters in front of him was strange, as if there was a wall blocking him. But Han Fei knew that it was not a wall at all, but many blue light sheets. While flapping his wings, Han Fei hooked his fishing rod directly at Xiao Sei, and at the same time he said to the crowd via voice transmission, "Something is wrong with Xiao Sei. Kill him." Xiao Sei's expression changed drastically. He was smiling and thinking to himself, "Let's see how you dodge this time." But he didn't know that Fan Datong turned out to be Han Fei in disguise, and his reaction speed was so fast. Zhang Xuanyu said to the crowd via voice transmission, "Everyone, keep moving forward. Han Fei, I'm coming to help you." The crowd was frightened and looked back, but when they saw that Han Fei and Xiao Sei had already started fighting, they couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Sei had left the team, and the fishing hook that Han Fei hooked directly sank into the void. There was no telling where it went, but it must have sunk into the colorless light sheet. Han Fei shouted, "Don't come over. Pay attention to the water flow. Once you find the water flow, get out of the way immediately." For a time, people came from all directions to help, and dozens of them rushed over at once. Someone shouted, "Good! Xiao Sei, we trusted you so much, but we didn't expect you to be so vicious." Some spears shot out like dragons, some rolled up sharp blades, and some opened their armor boxes. Xiao Sei's face couldn't have looked more awful. He suddenly waved his hand, and threads seemed to be shot out. Then hundreds of blue light sheets suddenly appeared in the seawater. Puff! 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 In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people who rushed over disappeared in front of everyone. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Keep swimming. Don't come over." Zhang Xuanyu heard Han Fei's warning, and at the moment when the blue light sheets appeared, the waves in front of him rolled back and pushed him back. Han Fei said coldly, "You keep going. Leave Xiao Sei to me." Xiao Sei sneered. Who the hell are you? How did you find out? What answered Xiao Sei was dozens of fist lights. Han Fei's momentum soared, and he had already activated the majestic, mystic spell. His speed was extremely fast. The seawater exploded, and the golden fist light was as fast as a meteor. Wherever the fist light passed, it rolled up streams of water and directly covered Xiao Sei. However, a lot of blue light sheets appeared around Xiao Sei. Han Fei's fist light passed through the blue light sheets, and no one knew where it landed. Damn it! Han Fei was speechless. This was the first time he had seen such a weird character. What kind of method was this? He absolutely didn't believe that a dangling fisher could use the power of teleportation. Even Xia Shaochan didn't have this ability. Xiao Sei ran wildly. Han Fei, Xiao Sei, will remember what happened today. However, on Xiao Sei's way of escape, a figure suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, 9 overlapping waves surged. In another blink of an eye, Xiao Sei was blasted hundreds of meters away by this blow. Han Fei was stunned. Damn, a clone? Zhang Xuanyu was still blocked on the other side, but another Zhang Xuanyu appeared in front of Xiao Sei. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. When did this guy have such a method? But on Xiao Sei's way, another Zhang Xuanyu appeared. The rod turned into thousands of shadows, and one of them directly pierced Xiao Sei. Crack! Xiao Sei's body suddenly flashed and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a fragment of a flash stone in the seawater. Zhang Xuanyu cursed. F***CK, do you really think I'm not a master? Don't run if you have the guts. I'll beat you up. Han Fei was stunned. F***CK, all 3 of them are you? How is it possible? Zhang Xuanyu said, let's go. Catch up with the team. The 2 sides fought for less than 10 seconds, and the majority of the team was left with only vague figures. They were really scared by the sudden disappearance of dozens of people just now. The people who wanted to rush up all shrank back, and some even dispersed. Zhang Xuanyu cursed. They all ran away. None of them were left. Damn it, I really don't want to save them. Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu on the shoulder. Save them. These people seem useless, but I don't know what will happen in the future. Xia Shaochan and I have offended a lot of people outside. It may be useful to make friends with these people. The 2 of them quickly chased after them. On the way, Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xuanyu strangely. The other 2 Zhang Xuanyu were gone. He couldn't help but ask, was that a clone? How can a clone be so powerful? Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Don't think you're the only one who got a chance. Do you think I stayed in the flowstone pit for nothing? What do you think? These 3 are all mine. It's called Trinity Body. Unfortunately, it has a special requirement for soul power. Otherwise, I would have given it to you. While talking, the 2 of them saw Sun Ro halfway. Seeing that the 2 of them were fine, Sun Ro hurriedly came up. Did Xiao Sei run away? Zhang Xuanyu said, don't worry. This person escaped with serious injuries. I don't think he will make trouble again. Just when Zhang Xuanyu was about to catch up with the team, Han Fei stopped. Zhang Xuanyu was taken aback. Wait, do you really want to go in? Han Fei said, there's a chance for me in there. Go out by yourself. Remember, don't spread the news about the abyssal chasm. Otherwise, everyone will be hunted by the dragon boats. Also, there should be danger ahead, but as long as Xiao Sei is not there, I believe you should be able to pass. Zhang Xuanyu gritted his teeth. Be careful. You haven't come out for a month. I'm coming to save you. Han Fei turned around and left, no longer staying. In fact, his original purpose was just to save Zhang Xuanyu. However, saving a person was saving, and saving a group of people was also saving. This was a team of thousands of people. They seemed useless, but these people all owed him and Zhang Xuanyu their lives. If he could save so many people by spending hundreds of yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, he would be willing to do so. Even if they didn't need these people in the future, it didn't matter. At this moment, Han Fei's face slightly darkened. In fact, he had to go back to the dragon boat. Xiao Sei was not an idiot. Since he wanted to keep these people here, he naturally had his reasons. And Han Fei felt that it was definitely not a trivial matter to keep so many people here to do one thing. And there should be some secrets on the dragon boat. As for the group of people who were now fleeing, after Xiao Sei was injured, they should not have the strength to stay. Chapter 499. After leaving the team, Han Fei's first destination was naturally the dragon boat. After a long time he met a ghost ferryman, so he jumped onto the boat and asked the ghost ferryman to take him to find the dragon boat. About 16 hours later, Han Fei returned to the dragon boat. At this moment, there was almost no one on the first floor of the dragon boat, except for some people who were completely lost. However, with their combat power, it was not a problem for Han Fei at all. Han Fei found it from the top floor, floor by floor. He always felt that Xiao Sei couldn't have done nothing here for such a long time. There must be some clues on the dragon boat. To Han Fei's surprise, the search process was surprisingly smooth. In a room on the 4th floor, near the stern, Han Fei found that it was full of extremely old bones. Yes, he was very old. There were no less than 30 such bones. These people not only became skin and bones, but their hair was all gray. The skin on their bodies was covered with wrinkles, and their bones seemed to have been completely calcified. Han Fei couldn't imagine how old these people were. Just by looking at the skeleton, it was definitely an old man. However, how could there be so many old people on the dragon boat? The only explanation was that those normal people aged rapidly because of some unknown accident, so they became what they were now. Crack! A crisp sound attracted Han Fei's attention. The sound came from under his feet. Huh. Han Fei looked down and found that there seemed to be some scattered white shells under his feet. Are these eggshells? Han Fei was a little uncertain. Because there were too few white shells, he searched the room and only found 5 or 6, and they were not big. Just as Han Fei was staring at white shell in a daze, the ethereal voice rang in his ears again. Help me! Help me! Han Fei's body tightened. Who are you? Where are you? Help me! Mom! Han Fei was a little frightened. Mom! Why does it sound like a child asking for help? Han Fei rummaged through the room. Other than the old bones and a few pieces of white shells, there was nothing else. When Han Fei was about to walk out, he subconsciously stepped out. Not good. When he took one step out of the room, he sensed danger. At this point, he realized that he had been careless. This was AF * king trap. The last thing he saw was that Xiao Sei was holding his belly and looking at him palely. Damn you! In the next second, Han Fei disappeared from the room. Yes, the door had turned into a blue sheet of light. Because the blue side wasn't facing him, he couldn't see it at all. When Han Fei's eyes lit up again, he was dumbfounded. In his field of vision was an endless stretch of coral reefs. The seawater here was colorful and incomparably magnificent. The seawater here was incomparably clear, and there were coral bushes blooming like flowers everywhere. Red, white, yellow, and green were intertwined with each other. Seaweed floated along with the current, and clusters of sea anemones were scattered everywhere, stretching and retracting. The sea mussels covered every corner of the corals. They stretched out their tentacles and preyed on the plankton. Han Fei looked up. The seawater was so clear that it was almost transparent. Fish of all sizes that he was familiar with were swimming in groups here. There were the most common little white fish and the slow big yellow fish. Now and then, blade fish swam by, which messed up the whole school of fish. Now and then, a big meat turtle swam by unhurriedly. Next to the big meat turtle, there was always a little turtle that rubbed against the big meat turtle. An ordinary fishery? Han Fei looked around. Apart from those creatures, there were big green crabs that were crawling, Crayfish that were looking around with their pincers raised, and tentacle lobsters that occasionally cut open a yellow fish and dragged it into their nest. Shoot! Han Fei swallowed. He couldn't imagine what he was seeing. Most of the creatures here were from the ordinary fishery. However, they were different from the creatures in the ordinary fishery. The ordinary fishery wouldn't be so harmonious, because the creatures in the ordinary fishery didn't have much wisdom and only had the instinct to hunt. They wouldn't be so harmonious. But this place was so *king, harmonious and unbelievably beautiful. Han Fei suddenly released his aura. As a ripple spread out, the creatures within hundreds of meters suddenly shrank. The crabs and lobsters entered their nests. The sea anemones stopped moving. The sea clams all retracted into their shells, and the fish above their heads all swam away. Han Fei was thinking quickly. Could it be that the people who ate the blue fish did not die? Did they come to this place? No, no, no! Han Fei kept muttering to himself that something was wrong. Things couldn't be so simple. After eating the blue fish, there would only be illusions. Could illusions become real? He plucked a seaweed and crushed it in his hand. Then he picked up a sea clam and knocked it. It felt very real. Damn it, what is this place? Han Fei didn't believe that this place was real. This place was simply too beautiful, just like a fairyland. In the level 3 fishery in the abyssal chasm. You're telling me that there is a fairyland? I don't believe you at all. Help me. Help me. The cry for help sounded again. Han Fei immediately looked around, only to see nothing. However, he was sure that the cry for help had become much clearer. Han Fei asked, "Who are you? Where are you? Help me. Yi! *CKU, don't let me find you." Han Fei couldn't stand this kind of "yeah" sound anymore. He always felt that it would be a creature like the Millennium Snapper. Anyway, he would never believe that there would be people here. The problem was that Han Fei didn't know how Xiao Sei got him to this place. If he had casually sent himself to a strange place, how could he have been stabbed by Zhang Xuanyu with a stick? Besides, if Xiao Sei wanted to kill him, he couldn't have sent him to such a beautiful and non-threatening place. Gulp. Han Fei suddenly felt his stomach growl. Damn, I'm hungry already? My mouth hasn't even stopped moving. Han Fei immediately took out a chip and stuffed it into his mouth. Originally, a yellow-blooded sea cucumber chip was enough for him to eat for half a day. But now, this thing had completely become a chip. Han Fei ate more than 20 chips in a row before he felt a little satisfied. Damn, so it's been absorbing energy here. That's not right. It's not a matter of a year or two to absorb energy. How could he, Xiao Sei, send him here? Is Xiao Sei not a human being? Or is he transformed by something else? Han Fei immediately swam in this coral bush. There were too many things he didn't understand. Why am I hungry? But why are these ordinary sea creatures perfectly fine? Han Fei said to the surroundings via voice transmission, "Xiao Sei, I know you bastard must be here. What? You want to use this method to kill me?" Han Fei grabbed a big sea clam, gently crushed the shell with one hand, took out the clam meat, and shook it. "It's *king fat. Do you think you can kill me by absorbing energy? Then you should kill these sea creatures first. Otherwise, wouldn't I be able to keep eating?" "Chilu, Mom." Han Fei was yelling at Xiao Sei when he suddenly heard a cute, delicate little girl's voice. Han Fei quickly turned his head, only to see a palm-sized carp with golden and white stripes, dragon horns on its head, and big watery eyes staring at him. *CK, Han Fei was stunned. He tilted his body and quickly distanced himself from this carp. In his eyes, information popped up. Name, time, dragon carp, introduction, unknown, level 1, quality, mysterious, contains spiritual energy, greater than 1,000 points, edible effect? Collectible, unabsorbable, speaking of which. Han Fei couldn't say a word at all, as if there were a shrimp stuck in his throat. The mysterious creature contained 1,000 points of spiritual energy. It was a species on the same level as Little White and Little Black. This time Dragon Carp timidly called out to Han Fei, "Mom, Mom." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Who is your, daughter? I am your father." Chapter 500. Han Fei didn't want to recognize his daughter. However, this time Dragon Carp was on the same level as Little Black and Little White. Besides, maybe the chaos in this abyssal chasm was caused by this little thing. How awesome was this Dragon Carp? Since I want to recognize her, I'll call her Dad. The time Dragon Carp blinked its big eyes and said stupidly, "Dad? Do I have a dad?" Han Fei chuckled. "You were young and ignorant before, but now you have a dad." Suddenly, Han Fei's expression changed, and he took out the embroidery needle and pointed it at the void. "Get out." In the extremely clear water, a figure appeared. It was none other than Xiao Sei. Xiao Sei roared, "Han Fei, you are courting death!" Just now, when Xiao Sei heard Han Fei ask the time Dragon Carp to call him Dad, he almost peed his pants. You don't even know the creature in front of you, but you dare to ask it to call you Dad? Xiao Sei shouted nervously to the time Dragon Carp, "Little Master, don't believe him. He is a liar." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. "Little Master, am I *King hallucinating? You, a human, call a fish master?" The eyelids of the time Dragon Carp's big, round eyes bent a little. Its expression was very vivid, and it looked aggrieved. "You lied to me." When this time Dragon Carp said that he lied to him, Han Fei felt that the energy in his body was rapidly draining. Han Fei didn't care, and immediately said seriously, "Daughter, how can I lie to you? I am really your dad. Look at how handsome Dad is. Look at us, we are so alike." Xiao Sei's eyes almost popped out. "Are you *King shameless? We are so alike. How could you even say that?" Xiao Sei shouted, "Little Master, he is the same as those people before. They are all food." Han Fei's heart froze. Food? Could it be that all those people who jumped into the sea before and were brought in by Xiao Sei were eaten by this time Dragon Carp? The time Dragon Carp's big eyes flickered. Is he really not Dad? But other food is not like this. Xiao Sei said, "Little Master." Feel the energy in him. Roar. Han Fei immediately roared. "Little time, didn't your mama tell you? You can't eat people. You can't eat people. Tell me, did you eat people?" Roar. He immediately switched the embroidery needle in his hand to the swimming dragon bow and shot out 3 arrows. Each arrow exploded and flew toward Xiao Sei. While attacking, Han Fei shouted, "Thief! How dare you lie to my daughter? Who gave you the courage? Today I will destroy you." The time Dragon Carp was startled by Han Fei's move and shyly stepped back. And Xiao Sei, an injured person, was no match for Han Fei. How could he block Han Fei's attack? Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei was shooting spiritual energy arrows all over the sky. Even if Xiao Sei had that miraculous evasion method, his body simply couldn't react in time. Bang, bang, bang. In a head-on battle, Xiao Sei couldn't even last 5 minutes. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how many fancy methods he had, they were useless. Xiao Sei was continuously attacked by Han Fei, and before he had fully recovered, he was shot by Han Fei's arrow again. At this moment, Xiao Sei vomited blood in big mouthfuls. However, he still shouted to the time Dragon Carp, "Little Master, I won't lie to you. I am your guardian. I won't lie to you. Suck him, suck him." Han Fei frowned. This is just a level, one-time Dragon Carp. Although Little Black was also very powerful at level 1, he couldn't be so powerful, could he? He was already a dangling fisher now, and his full strength was comparable to that of a hanging fisher. How could he be killed by a level 1 little fish? Even if it was a divine beast, it was impossible. Han Fei didn't believe it. However, seeing that the time Dragon Carp seemed to be very young and didn't know anything, Han Fei immediately threw hundreds of crisps to the time dragon carp and said, "Daughter, the so-called guardian is fake. Who gave you delicious food is the real one. Look at me. I can't bear to eat such delicious food and save it for you." Crack! Han Fei saw that the time dragon carp, like an elf, turned into hundreds of clones in the water, and the next moment, all the crisps had entered its mouth. Delicious! Delicious! Xiao Sei roared at Han Fei. "Asshole, you are courting death. You don't know what you are doing." Han Fei went up and kicked Xiao Sei in the stomach. "I don't know what I am doing. I'm afraid you don't know what you are doing. Why are you pretending to be my daughter's guardian?" The time dragon carp gnawed the crisps and then appeared beside Han Fei with a swish. "Don't hit me. Brother Xiao Sei has a contract with me." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. F***CK, there's a contract? What contract? Aren't fish always contractual spiritual beasts of human beings? Can a human be contracted by a fish? However, Han Fei rolled his eyes. Anyway, the time dragon carp was still young and didn't know anything, so he could just boast about it. So Han Fei scolded. "Who asked you to sign a contract with him? Have you asked your mother? Did your mother agree? Did I agree?" The time dragon carp had never met a person like Han Fei. Being scolded by Han Fei, she hurriedly stepped back a few meters. Being scolded, her head tilted, her eyelids drooped, and she was about to cry. Han Fei said, "Although I came a little late and couldn't accompany you when you grew up, I was busy at that time. But at that time, Daddy had something to do. Look, isn't Daddy here?" With that said, Han Fei threw hundreds of crisps at her, thinking, "Let's fool this little thing first. As for Xiao Sei, I'll kill him later. I still have a lot of questions to ask him." However, just when Han Fei felt that he was going to win, Xiao Sei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood formed a weird pattern in the seawater. Xiao Sei said ferociously, "Master, help Han Fei." Han Fei immediately kicked Xiao Sei in the stomach. "Shut up. I am the master. Don't trick my daughter." BM! Han Fei was about to kick again. However, in the next second, he felt a wave of water hitting him. It was just a wave, but it seemed to have hundreds of thousands of kilograms of force. Before Han Fei realized what was going on, he was slammed into the coral bushes by the wave, collapsing a large area of coral bushes. F***CK, what's this? Before Han Fei got up, he felt the soil under his feet shake, and there seemed to be an invisible force blasting under his feet. However, another wave hit him again. Bam! This time, Han Fei wanted to get up, only to find that the seawater seemed to weigh hundreds of thousands of kilograms, and he couldn't move at all. Who? In the seawater, a huge water-shaped phantom emerged, with dragon horns on its head and its face emitting brilliant golden light. Although it was just a phantom, it was enough to make Han Fei shudder. "Mom!" The little time dragon carp rushed towards the huge phantom, wanting to rub itself against the body of the big fish. In the end, its small body passed through the water phantom. The big fish looked very helpless and comforted it. "Baby, be good. This person is a liar." The little time dragon carp was taken aback. "Isn't he Dad? He gave me a lot of delicious food." Bam! Han Fei felt that the heavy pressure on his body suddenly doubled. At that time, he was shocked. Why did he really have a mother? "You've been looking for Mom, looking for Mom. Why didn't you come to see your daughter? If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have bragged." Huh. Majestic mystic spell. The pressure on his body was so heavy that Han Fei had to use the majestic mystic spell. As soon as his strength increased by 5 times, Han Fei immediately withstood this huge pressure. However, although he withstood it, Han Fei's whole body was red, and he finally stood up. The big fish was a little surprised. This person seemed to be a little different. Han Fei felt that another wave was slapping at him. With a muffled roar in his throat, his fists trembled, and as he raised his hand, a dazzling fist light broke out of the water. Boom! Han Fei was blasted away, but the wave was also shattered by Han Fei's punch. Han Fei glared at the big fish. Stop playing tricks. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, little gold. Attach. Clang, 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 clang. When the 9-star chains danced in the air, and when Han Fei grew a pair of wings on his back, his strength rose further. Coupled with a majestic mystic spell, Han Fei was almost in his strongest state. Xiao Sei was stunned. Is this person so strong? Han Fei roared. You feed on human beings. Why don't you teach me a lesson? Take my punch. With this punch, Han Fei punched with indomitable spirit and madness. The huge fist mark was printed in the sea, bursting with brilliant golden light. Han Fei could perceive that this phantom seemed to be just a thought. He could only fight. Otherwise, would he really wait for death? To fight such a powerful existence, he must have the courage to fight. Therefore, no matter whether he could beat him or not, he had to throw this punch. He couldn't lose his momentum. Chapter 501. You've walked out of the invincible realm? The big fish was slightly surprised, turned around and whipped him with its tail. Bam! He smashed through layers of coral reefs and left a gully hundreds of meters long at the bottom of the sea. Puff! Blood spurted out of Han Fei's mouth. At that time he was speechless. Is a phantom so powerful? What would happen if his main body was here? Wouldn't it be able to blow me to death with just a breath? Besides, Han Fei felt that the big fish didn't seem to have spent any effort to defeat him. Beside her, the little time dragon carp was crying. Mom, take me away. Take me out, Mom. Mom, I don't want to be here. Mom, I want to eat delicious food. Mom. The big fish tilted its head helplessly. Baby, you can't go out for the time being. Wait a little longer. Wasn't this person going to give you food? You can eat his food. With that, the phantom big fish looked at Han Fei. Human, take out all the delicious food. Han Fei. Han Fei propped up his body with his feet, cast the divine healing technique on himself, stepped on the spirit-gathering array under his feet, and instantly took a breath of cold air. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Fuse, eat, eat, eat. Don't bully me like this. I can't beat you. But I can assure you that if you kill me, someone will definitely come to kill your daughter. However, the big fish exclaimed in surprise again. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the surrounding seawater was twisting. In the blink of an eye, his fusion state disappeared without a trace. Mom, take me away. Take me out, Mom. Mom, I don't want to be here. Mom, I want to eat delicious food. Mom. The big fish tilted its head helplessly again. Baby, you can't go out for the time being. Wait a little longer. Wasn't this person going to give you food? You can eat his food. Han Fei heard that the little time dragon carp was crying and pestering the big fish phantom. But the big fish phantom said exactly the same words as just now. What's going on? No. Han Fei hurriedly looked at his feet, then at Xiao Sei, and then at the little time dragon carp, and he was shocked. Time reversal. F***CK your mother. Han Fei was completely dumbfounded. His heart was in turmoil. This fish could go back in time. Could it control time? Gulp. The big fish phantom looked at Han Fei. Summon your spiritual beast. Han Fei asked nervously, what? The big fish phantom said lightly, Don't worry, it's easy for me to kill you. Let me see those two little fish. Han Fei gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared again. He was also helpless, as long as the illusory figure in front of him was around the same level of strength as him. Even if it was just a little stronger, he couldn't back down. However, this thing on the other side was already so powerful that it could even turn back time. Who could withstand this? If he didn't summon Little Black and Little White, it might kill him immediately. But Han Fei wasn't so afraid. If he couldn't, he could still use the sky dissecting finger. Xiaosei was dumbfounded. Where did these two little fish come from? There's only one of them. However, he was just a bystander now. He didn't dare to speak, ask, or make a sound. The big fish phantom looked at Little Black and Little White for a long time, and then looked at Han Fei with a very complicated expression. How can you? Forget it. In this small place, you are also a unique genius. Forget it. Are you willing to be my son's guardian? Han Fei narrowed his eyes, immediately put away Little Black and Little White, and then said, No, I can't be someone else's servant. Han Fei was counting the time. He decided to enter Forge the universe. I can't beat you, but I can hide from you. You want me to call a fish little master like Xiaosei? Don't even think about it. Just as Han Fei was about to enter Forge the universe, he heard the big fish phantom say, Then forget it. After all, you have just embarked on the road to invincibility. You should have the pride that a strong person should have. Otherwise, the road to invincibility will be broken, and you will have no value. A golden light flashed on the top of the big fish phantom's head, and Han Fei's hand tightened, and a quaint ring fell on his hand. Han Fei's face changed drastically. What is this? The big fish phantom said, Don't worry, I just left a mark on you. Although you can't be my son's guardian, you have to promise me one thing, or I will kill you now. As for your threat, humph, that's just a joke. Your horizons are still too small. Han Fei swallowed. Cough, cough. Senior, what's the matter? How could Han Fei have a backer? He was just bragging. His ultimate move was only the sky-severing finger. Of course, he wouldn't use it if he could. With the strength of this guy in front of him, even Old Bai wouldn't be able to survive a slap from his tail. Could Old Bai turn back time? Even if he reluctantly took Ran Tianfei as his backer, he knew nothing about that guy. Would he be willing to fight such a super fierce beast for him? Han Fei felt very uncertain. After all, he hadn't even met Rin Tianfei once. Rin Tianfei probably didn't even know that he was dead. The big fish phantom said lightly, In the future, when the time is right, I will send my son to stay with you for a while. Han Fei blinked. When will the time be right? The big fish phantom said lightly, Wait until you can overcome your own catastrophe. If you can't even avoid your own catastrophe, forget what I said, and the fate between you and my son will be broken at this time. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. This big fish seemed to know something. He couldn't help asking, Senior, what catastrophe will I have? Love catastrophe? Bam! Han Fei directly crashed into the coral pile, harder than before, crushing hundreds of meters of coral bushes. Han Fei was speechless. You hit me again? Why do you keep hitting me? There is a faceless man on the ghost ship, and he said I would have a love catastrophe. I thought the catastrophe was a love catastrophe. The big fish phantom said, It's a catastrophe. You will know it when you meet it in the future. Otherwise, how can it be a catastrophe? Han Fei coughed and got up. Senior, can you give me a hint so that I can prepare for it? The big fish rolled its eyes at Han Fei. How can you prepare for it? Mom. The big fish phantom's body began to fade, and it coaxed Han Fei. Baby, remember this little brother. If you have a chance to see him in the future, call him little brother. If he asks you to call him Dad, you tell Mom, and Mom will slap him to death. Han Fei, Xiaosei was trembling. Han Fei was not beaten to death? And he even had a chance with Little Master? Isn't this F*King nonsense? Why is my opportunity to be a Tao Guardian? Han Fei's chance is to take care of Little Master for a while. Han Fei was embarrassed. However, he still said seriously, Senior, I will solve my own catastrophe. But can you? Tell Little Time not to eat people? In fact, there are still a lot of creatures with energy in the ocean. How much energy can a human have? The big fish phantom suddenly looked at Han Fei. What do you call baby? Han Fei was taken aback. Little time. Why little time? Han Fei thought of something. Yes, I don't King know this kind of fish. Little black and little white have been exposed, but the demon purification pot must not be exposed. So Han Fei hurriedly said, well, didn't you just go back in time? I think. This name is okay. The big fish phantom nodded slightly. My son never eats people. This crack is a place to devour energy. With or without my son, it will devour energy. Those who are completely lost will die, and their energy will return to heaven and earth. My son just absorbs the energy that returns to heaven and earth. Even if my son really eats them, it's just the law of nature. Humans and fishes eat each other. This is the law of nature. Do you think humans are the wisest of all creatures? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to answer this. Anyway, this hurdle has passed. I'm not going to discuss this with you. What if you don't like it and regret it? What if you smack me to death with your tail? Then the big fish phantom glanced at Xiao Sei. Humph, your talent is not weak, but your strength is so poor. You tried to trick my son into teaching you the forbidden time technique with energy. Today, I will take away your reverse light technique as punishment. With that, a mysterious light rose from Xiao Sei's body and was swallowed by the big fish. Xiao Sei quickly responded respectfully, Thank you for sparing my life, master. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little weird, Little Time looked left and right, and then rubbed her head against the big fish phantom. Mom, I want to eat. I want to go out to play. Let me out, Mom. While Little Time was acting coquettishly, the big fish phantom looked at Han Fei. Han Fei quickly said, Little Time, come on, I have a lot of delicious food here. Han Fei threw out a lot of things at that time. He threw out 100 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers and all the crisps. There were also all kinds of octopuses, big fish, and crabs piled up like a mountain. Han Fei grinned and said, Little Time, it's all for you. All for you. Little Time plopped into the pile of food and said sweetly, Thank you, little brother. Seeing Han Fei taking out food like a bottomless pit, Xiao Sei was speechless. How much food do you have? Are you really a normal cultivator? Which King normal person would come to the level 3 fishery and take out so much food? The big fish phantom nodded in satisfaction and then said to Xiao Sei, From now on, feed my son according to this standard. Then the big fish phantom said to Han Fei, You shouldn't be here now. Let's go. Wait. The big fish phantom looked at Han Fei and seemed a little dissatisfied. Han Fei quickly said, Well, Senior, can I ask where this is? Maybe I can bring delicious food for Little Time in the future. I'm a good eater. I can eat anything. The big fish phantom said lightly, This is the river of time, which reflects the past here. If my son hadn't called you, you wouldn't have been able to come in at all, and you don't need to come in. After you pass the life and death tribulation, you will have your own destiny. As the water rippled slightly, Han Fei felt that the beautiful scenery in front of him disappeared with a swish. When he reappeared, he had already appeared on the dragon boat. CK. I was so scared. Chapter 502. Han Fei frowned bitterly. Was this an opportunity? Anyway, he felt that he had suffered a big loss for the time being. Not to mention anything else, he had given almost all the food except the yellow-blooded sea cucumber to Little Time. It wasn't that he wanted to give it to her, but that the big fish stared at him as if it could see through him. Han Fei immediately got up and was about to leave. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. Otherwise, when Little Time finished eating, she might have to ask him for more food. Just as Han Fei was about to leave, he saw a slight movement in the thick fog and Xiao Sei appeared in front of Han Fei again. However, at this moment, Xiao Sei was no longer a sallow and muscular man, but a handsome young man with outstanding temperament. Han Fei looked at him coldly and said, What do you want now? Xiao Sei said lightly, You and I are not enemies now, so you don't have to be on guard against me. I think it's necessary to explain what happened before to you. Han Fei sneered. What's there to explain? You can't be a good person. But who knows you can't be a bad person? Xiao Sei ignored Han Fei's sarcasm and just said, I will send those people back. Han Fei asked in surprise, Those people are not dead. Xiao Sei shook his head. Not everyone can go to the space you went to. You shouldn't have gone there. It was Little Master's summon. This is your opportunity. Han Fei sneered. Then where did you want to send me before? Xiao Sei didn't answer but took a deep look at Han Fei. I came out to tell you a few things. Seeing that you have prepared so much food, I know that your goal must not be on the dragon boat. Since it is not here, it must be in the chasm. Han Fei thought to himself, I really don't know whether I should tell you or not. In fact, no matter where I go, I bring a lot of food. Xiao Sei continued, The abyssal chasm is weird. The reason why Little Master wants to live here temporarily is actually to share some of the energy of the abyssal chasm. In the real chasm, there's not even a blade of grass growing. I know you have a lot of food, but you may not be able to withstand it. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean, the degree of energy devouring in the abyssal chasm is stronger than here? Xiao Sei nodded seriously. It should be. I've only been there once. Let me remind you, don't enter the mystic realm whenever you see one. Also, Master wants me to tell you that in order to punish you for your rude words just now, he will give you a small punishment. Han Fei was lost for words. You're still punishing me? I've been patted several times. Isn't that enough? Xiao Sei thought to himself, what are you speechless about? You even dare to be the time dragon carp's father and you're still speechless? You should be thankful you're not dead. Han Fei did not care about the minor punishment at all, but he suddenly asked seriously, I want to ask you a few questions. Since you can come back safely, why didn't you save them? Xiao Sei smiled and shook his head. I've already told you that the place you went to was the River of Time. It's actually not here at all. Don't I need food to save people? Are you kidding me? You didn't want to let those people go. Are you planning to keep them as energy to trap Little Time's forbidden time technique? Xiao Sei was silent for a moment. Firstly, I don't have any food, so I can't save them. Secondly, since they are destined to die, why not contribute their own energy? But now it doesn't matter. Little Master has never eaten humans. She only eats the energy of those who are no longer human. Han Fei frowned. Do those people have anything to do with you? Xiao Sei shook his head. No. What about the underwater ferryman? Did you do it? Xiao Sei froze for a moment. I'm 17 this year. How could it be me? Humph. Han Fei was speechless. Then where did they come from? Xiao Sei thought for a moment. Of course, from the depths of the chasm. Neither you nor I can reach the depths of the chasm, so it's useless for you to guess. Humph, do you think I'm the same as you? Xiao Sei smiled. Maybe. Then you are a little stronger, but your result will be the same. That's all I have to say. Whether you go or not, that's your business. I don't care. But, Xiao Sei shook his head slightly. Pay attention to the vortex. Near the abyssal chasm, there will occasionally be a death vortex. You'd better avoid it if you encounter it. Han Fei wondered, just one? Xiao Sei was speechless. How many more do you want? Every time the death vortex appears, someone will go there. If I hadn't had a special method, I wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Han Fei was thinking. Since the death vortex was dangerous, he might as well avoid it if he encountered it. Anyway, his speed was not slow, and he wouldn't be unable to avoid a vortex in the sea. Xiao Sei said, but Han Fei immediately said angrily, Can you finish your words at once? Xiao Sei took a deep look at Han Fei. However, I'm not sure where the vortex leads, but it may lead to the abyssal chasm. Of course, you were too presumptuous just now, and your punishment may be there. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He always felt that he couldn't find the way at all after coming here. He appeared in the dead sea inexplicably. He just casually entered a ray of light and he found himself in a fairyland. Now, there was AF asterisk king vortex that would take him to nowhere. Han Fei snorted. Which direction? Xiao Sei raised his hand and pointed to the stern. Without saying a word, Han Fei jumped down into the sea. After swimming for 1,000 kilometers, Han Fei already felt that his energy consumption had increased. Therefore, he directly covered his body with a spiritual energy protective cover to prevent the energy from escaping. Maybe he didn't have enough energy, but he definitely had enough spiritual energy. After swimming for about 3,000 kilometers, he found that there were no more creatures in the sea. There weren't even any plankton that was slightly larger, let alone the blue fish. Han Fei ran to the bottom of the sea and took a look, only to find that it was desolate. There was nothing but sand and gravel. There wasn't even seaweed or green algae, let alone anything hidden under the sand. He swam for a full day. When Han Fei felt his heart palpitate, he saw a trench. To be precise, he didn't know if this was a trench because the crack was too big. He looked around, and finally at the beginning of the crack he could see cliffs on both sides. Further in, the crack spread wider and wider and finally disappeared. Han Fei quickly took out the map that Ran Tianfei left for him. At this moment, it was useless to use Old Bai's map. Old Bai's map was the entire Level 3 fishery. However, although Ren Tianfei had drawn a lot of maps, the other places of the Level 3 fishery were probably just doodles, except for the abyssal chasm. On the map, it was a pattern that looked like a long and narrow eye. Judging from the position of the hurricane sea, Han Fei was now at the corner of one of the eyes. However, Ren Tianfei was really good at choosing positions. His treasure map had almost fallen right in the middle of that huge eye. If one were to divide it by the eyes, then this guy would directly place the treasure on the upper eyelid, which was closer to the inner area. Han Fei's first thought was to go around. I should go around to the middle and then enter directly from there, instead of swimming directly to the middle from the corner of the eye. Thinking of this method, Han Fei immediately swam to the periphery of the long and narrow eye, intending to cut in horizontally. Swish! Clang! 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 But after swimming for more than 300 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly took action and shattered a piece of sword chi overflowing from the crack. He was dumbfounded. From here, there was a lot of sword chi. Was the periphery blocked? In other words, the periphery of this eye seemed to be wrapped by a wall of sword chi. And Han Fei looked up and began to swim up from below. Swish! 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 Above, the sword chi was even more violent, like hundreds of millions of sword chi currents swimming on the bottom of the sea. Han Fei only swam up less than 1,000 meters, and his body was cut with dozens of wounds. Yes, even his powerful, indestructible body was pierced. Was the indestructible body not strong enough? No, Han Fei was very sure that the indestructible body was very strong. However, the sword chi escaping from the abyssal chasm was even stronger. Shit, how come there are so many domineering sword chi currents? Han Fei continued to look up, only to find that the higher he went, the denser the sword chi currents were, to the point that they were visible to the naked eye. What the F asterisk CK? Is there only one way? I'm forced to break in directly. Han Fei walked around for a long time and could only return to the starting point. Anyway, the entrance was only so big, so he had to go in. However, he didn't see the vortex that Xiao Sei said, so he rushed in directly. Han Fei's speed was not slow. With little gold attached to him, he was extremely fast. However, just less than 2 minutes after Han Fei rushed into the abyssal chasm, he felt a huge suction falling on him. Oh no! Han Fei's face suddenly changed. Even with little gold attached to him, his speed was still reduced by more than half in an instant. It turned out that in the sea a huge vortex suddenly appeared, which should be the one that Xiaosei said. To Han Fei's horror, although seawater vortexes were normal, and there were many possibilities to form them, they were basically waterspouts that came from the bottom up. Just like when water was released from a pool, there would always be a vortex formed at the outlet. However, Han Fei saw that the vortex seemed to appear out of nowhere, and it was hundreds of meters wide the moment it appeared. This small vortex was a hole in the center of the vortex. It was completely a F*** black hole, but it was different from a portal. At least the portal had a rotating light and shadow, but the black hole was just like the black holes in the universe that Han Fei knew, just a F** black circle. Around the black hole, Han Fei was spinning frantically. Majestic mystic spell. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to hold back at all. The unknown was often full of mystery and horror. As soon as the majestic mystic spell was activated, Han Fei's speed doubled again, even faster than before. Han Fei's face was full of smiles. "Hey, you want me to suck you? Do you think you can suck me?" However, in the blink of an eye, the smile on Han Fei's face froze. He turned around and immediately cursed. What the F***ck? F***? How did it catch up? Chapter 503. Han Fei really didn't know why there were so many strange things in the underwater world. Any one of them could make one's hair stand on end. What about himself? Wherever he went, he would encounter a bunch of them. The huge black hole seemed to have eyes. Seeing that it didn't suck Han Fei, it began to move. What made Han Fei speechless was that the black hole didn't move, but suddenly approached him thousands of meters away. It was like Xia Xiaochan's teleportation, appearing very abruptly. As soon as Han Fei escaped from the suction of this black hole, he was sucked in again. This time, he was not as lucky as before. Just now, the distance was far away, so Han Fei could still rush out. This time, Little Gold couldn't even flap his wings. Han Fei immediately crushed a flash stone. As a result, something even more amazing happened. Han Fei felt that he had moved out, but in a mysterious way he was sucked back in and landed on the same spot. F***ck. Is the flash stone useless? However, the moment Han Fei looked back, he saw a shadow slithering like a snake in the black hole. Huh, is there something in it? Suddenly, Han Fei didn't resist. A moment ago he resisted because he was afraid that this black hole would tear apart everything it sucked in like a real black hole. But since there was a creature in it, and it was the first creature he had seen after swimming for so long, he felt that since other creatures wouldn't be torn apart, neither would he. Immediately, Little Gold was taken back by Han Fei, and he also put on an ultra-quality battle suit and pressed one hand on the blood-drinking knife. He didn't remove the majestic mystic spell. Since this black hole had targeted him, it must be dangerous, so a battle was inevitable. Now, since Han Fei learned the art of invincibility, as long as the enemy was not too strong, he would fight it. Even if he didn't want to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. It seemed that his fear had long been eaten up by this art of invincibility. I hate those who pretend to be mysterious the most. Come out and fight. Han Fei turned around and rushed to the black hole at an incredible speed under the suction force. Sure enough, Han Fei only felt the suction, but didn't feel the feeling of tearing his body. This was undoubtedly a good sign, so he immediately formed a fist seal. Bang! A dazzling fist radiance smashed towards the incomparably huge black hole. Pop! The moment Han Fei touched the black hole, it was as if he had entered another underwater space from the seawater, a bit like the sky mirror of the mist salt marsh. However, it was extremely dark here, and Han Fei's golden fist mark hit the void. Even the dazzling gold couldn't light up this pitch-black place. Suddenly, Han Fei had a sense of crisis. He subconsciously moved his body sideways and punched the darkness behind him. Bang! Han Fei had no idea what the golden fist mark landed on. Initially it felt soft and then hard like flesh and bones. In the light of the fist, Han Fei saw a ball-sized eye staring at him in the darkness. Data appeared in his eyes. Name: Abyssal Water Serpent. Introduction. It was originally an ordinary sea snake, but it mistakenly drank the blood essence of a powerhouse and turned into a venomous snake. It took 500 years to become a flood dragon, 1,000 years to become a dragon, and 10,000 years to become a true dragon. Its wings are slightly spread. Its speed is extremely fast. Its mouth spits poisonous flames. Its strength is 490,000 kilograms, and its defense is extremely strong. Level 42 quality, exotic, mutated, contains spiritual energy greater than 6,285 points. Edible effect. It can be eaten to strengthen the body, soul, and strength. Collectible: tendons, blood, flesh, gallbladder, and teeth. Absorbable. Note: greater than 498 years of venomous snake, about to become a flood dragon. After seeing the creature in front of him, Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a venomous snake. Bang! Han Fei felt the water flow in the darkness, as if a huge wave was crashing over, and he immediately punched out. Above his fists, hundreds of fist shadows blasted out. Dum, 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 huh. Han Fei clearly saw that it was a huge tail. Just one tail was more than 10 meters long. Then how big was this abyssal water venomous snake? Han Fei was slapped away, but the power of the giant tail had already been neutralized. The huge body of the abyssal water venomous snake was not much better than Han Fei. It was even more miserable, and one of its tails was almost smashed. However, Han Fei was also quite shocked. Is this a F*King level 42 creature? Han Fei was a little stunned. Do you think I've never beaten an inferior manfish before? Han Fei was not bragging, but the power of the tail just now was enough to flatten a level 45 inferior manfish. He was now an advanced dangling fisher, but he failed to smash this tail with the majestic mystic spell. In the next moment, Han Fei felt a current full of fishy smell gushing at him, and the seawater was full of sticky things. Poison? Han Fei frowned in disgust. Is this abyssal water venomous snake starting to spew poison? I've eaten the venomous tulip. There's no poison that can poison me in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei clenched his fists, and instead of retreating, he rushed up. His left hand clenched into a fist and shrank under his armpit. His right hand clenched into a fist, which was dazzling with golden light. In the darkness, it was like a dazzling sun, too brilliant. At the moment when Han Fei rushed up, there were 3 bursts of spiritual energy on his right hand, and before he punched out, 3 splashes of water tens of meters in diameter broke out in the water. The golden fist was like an advancing rocket, and the shadow of the fist was tens of meters in diameter. In the darkness, the abyssal water venomous snake opened its mouth, and a mass of billowing spiritual waves rolled in its throat, spurting at Han Fei. Humph! Strange creatures, so what? Mutant creatures, so what? I'll beat you. Ah! Boom! In the darkness, a golden fist light instantly penetrated the billowing spiritual waves and blasted at the abyssal water venomous snake's head like a sharp arrow. Thud! The huge body of the abyssal water venomous snake rolled dozens of times in the water under Han Fei's punch. Han Fei hurriedly stuffed a piece of yellow-blooded sea cucumber into his mouth, and then immediately followed up. When Han Fei stepped on the abyssal water venomous snake's head, he found out how big it was. Just its head was 5 or 6 meters in size. At this moment, a large part of the abyssal water venomous snake's forehead was dented, and one of its eyeballs was blown out. Behind Han Fei, he found that the back of this big snake was trembling and fan-like wings were growing out. It wasn't even a wing. It was more like a large piece of vibrating fins. However, when spread out, it was nearly 3 meters long, so it looked like wings. But compared with the huge body of the abyssal water venomous snake, it could only be regarded as a fin. Han Fei stood on the abyssal water venomous snake's head and put the blood-drinking knife against its forehead. "Be quiet or I'll chop you." Bam! Han Fei felt that his head suddenly went blank and a kind of needle-like pain drilled into his head. However, the demon purification pot immediately spun and the pain disappeared. Unfortunately, in such a short time, the abyssal water venomous snake began to run away. How could Han Fei let it run away? He immediately threw out his fishing hook, and the void-breaking technique traversed 100 meters and hooked the abyssal water venomous snake. So a huge water venomous snake pulled a person and began to swim wildly in the deep sea. After only a few minutes, Han Fei felt that his eyes lit up. It was no longer the desperate black. Although it was still dark, Han Fei could see. Shoot! Han Fei was taken aback. Just now, when they were fighting in the dark, he didn't notice it. But now that he could see, he saw a super big snake with a length of 70 or 80 meters, dragging him and swinging him. Bam! The abyssal water venomous snake slapped Han Fei to the ground and dragged him away. Han Fei said angrily, "You want to do this the hard way? I wasn't going to kill you, but now I'm going to kill you." Han Fei suddenly retracted the fishing rod and rushed forward quickly, followed by 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers shooting out. The long sword was like a dragon, directly strangling the abyssal water venomous snake. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei was slightly taken aback. What a strong defense. An ultra-quality spiritual weapon didn't tear it apart? I'll cut off your wings. Let's see how you can run. Seeing that the abyssal water venomous snake couldn't penetrate its body, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers curled again, and the two conjoined wings of 20 or 30 meters long were directly smashed by Han Fei. Boom! The abyssal water venomous snake's head hit the ground. Han Fei landed on its head again and sat on its head. Above his fists, golden light dazzled, and they fell on the snake's head like raindrops. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. Chapter 504. Even this abyssal water serpent didn't expect that it would encounter such a formidable opponent today. It was so small, but it was so fierce that Han Fei couldn't beat it. After a few minutes, Han Fei stopped punching. Then, Han Fei crazily stuffed the yellow-blooded sea cucumber into his mouth. It was because this abyssal water serpent was too difficult to defeat. It didn't look like a level 42 creature at all. The inferior manfish was so small that it couldn't even be smacked by its tail. In terms of strength, this abyssal water serpent was not weaker than him at all. In terms of speed, he was almost left behind just now. In terms of defense, even Han Fei's ultra-quality spiritual weapon couldn't hurt it. How could a level 42 creature be so strong? Han Fei thought that if he had been using the majestic mystic spell, he would have been smacked to death by this guy. Han Fei guessed that this was probably the punishment given to him by the big fish that Xiaosei mentioned. Otherwise, how could there be a creature in this damn place? He didn't even have energy, but a creature suddenly popped out. Was this not a gift? That big fish underestimated you. I'm a heavenly talent. I was just worried that I couldn't find a powerful creature, and you just sent me one. Now I confuse with it. Son of a B***TCH, collect the demon. In Han Fei's consciousness space, the demon purification pot flickered, and the huge body of the abyssal water serpent trembled slightly. The demon collection failed. Pum! Another punch. Do you understand human language? If you don't yield, I'll kill you. Bam! Collect the demon. However, this time it didn't succeed again. Han Fei's face suddenly darkened. This is a creature that I killed at the risk of my life. How dare you say that you don't obey me? Do you think you can get away with it if you don't obey me? Han Fei's fist punched at a point on the snake's head crazily. In the end, one of its bones was broken, and a small hole was smashed open on its head. You don't yield, do you? Okay, I like stubborn people. Little Black. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei pointed at the hole in front of him and said, "Little Black, get in. Don't kill it. You can eat anywhere else, but save the tendons and gall for me." This was not the first time that Little Black and Han Fei had cooperated like this. When Little Black drilled into the snake's head, the abyssal water serpent beneath it began to thrash wildly. Following that, his body began to roll and his tail began to beat. Collect the demons. Submit or die. What's your choice? Collect the demons. Believe me, although you will become a flood dragon in 2 years, I may not be able to defeat you at that time. However, you're still a snake, so you'll have to coil up. Collect the demons. Hey, big guy, do you understand what I'm saying? Give up resisting. You will become a better version of yourself. What was a flood dragon? As long as you follow me, the flood dragon can kill one with a swing of its tail. Han Fei was bluffing on the side. Anyway, bragging was free, so he bragged as hard as he could. In fact, Han Fei believed that neither the 9-tailed mantis shrimp nor Little Gold would have low achievements in the future. The quality of this abyssal water serpent was not bad, and it could even be said to be too strong. Although it would not be the original after the fusion, it would at least be a part of the fused creature, right? Finally, after the abyssal water serpent was in great pain, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared on Han Fei's wrist. At this time in the seawater, Little Black was still biting. However, with a clatter, he didn't bite anything. He couldn't help but be stunned. Han Fei smiled and said, "Son, good job." Little Black swam over to Han Fei, bumped Han Fei's chest, and turned a few times in the water. Han Fei couldn't help muttering. No matter how powerful a creature was, it would still be collected. Why did it have to suffer so much? Han Fei turned his head and glanced at Little White. "Daughter, do you feel any danger?" Little White suddenly blinked her eyes and opened her mouth to Han Fei. "Huh, do you want something to eat?" Han Fei immediately threw a spiritual fruit to Little White. For a time, spiritual energy surged on Little White and Little Black, but it only lasted for a very short time. Now, a spiritual fruit didn't seem to be enough to feed these two little things. So Han Fei threw another one to Little White. At this time, Little White swallowed a mouthful of seawater, bit Han Fei's body, and seemed to want to go back. Go back? Han Fei frowned slightly. "It's impossible to go back. We finally came in and haven't got the treasure yet." Han Fei felt that the so-called black hole was actually a road, a real road to the depths of the chasm. The main reason why he was so sure was that this water was absorbing more and more energy. According to the time koi, Han Fei was more convinced. Putting away Little Black and Little White, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. Although the battle just now was short and neat, Han Fei used the art of invincibility, which really consumed too much energy. In the past, Han Fei always carried a stick or used the million knife art or the draw technique. But since learning the art of invincibility, Han Fei felt that he could fight anything, and he felt that he could kill a dragon with a single punch. And the more he thought about it, the more Han Fei wanted to fight. What was the flaw of the art of invincibility? It was related to the user's own physique. The stronger the physique, the more powerful the art of invincibility. In contrast, the stronger the physique, the more powerful the art of invincibility would be, and the more energy it would consume. For example, before this, Han Fei still felt full, but now he felt his stomach deflate, and he felt like he was about to collapse. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei had a good meal. At the same time, he also refined a big shield. It was not because Han Fei's defensive power was not strong enough. In fact, Han Fei's offensive and defensive abilities were already strong enough. There seemed to be no hope for him to become stronger in the short term. After all, Han Fei was already armed to the teeth. If an ultra-quality spiritual weapon couldn't hurt a creature, it might hurt him. Therefore, building a big shield would at least give him one more guarantee. After eating and drinking, Han Fei continued to set off. Holding the map in one hand, he searched for similar places according to the map. In particular, in the abyssal chasm, there are actually 3 main secret realms. Han Fei found that the second secret realm coincided with the treasure point on Run Tianfei's map. The first mystic realm should be nearby. After swimming for about 200 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly saw a dilapidated gate tower. Is this still AF * King's secret realm? Why is it so obvious? This gate tower was as high as 100 meters. On both sides of the gate tower, there were 2 broken statues. The man on the left was holding a huge stick in his hand, which was inserted into the ground. The head of the man on the right was gone, and one hand was on his waist, holding a saber, half of which was broken. In the middle, Han Fei only saw a mountain of rocks. Standing in front of the gate tower, Han Fei was about to step in, but his heart faintly trembled. I can't go in. Han Fei remembered that when he came to the level 3 fishery, his teacher once said that he didn't need to enter some secret realms to know whether they were dangerous or not. Until now, Han Fei hadn't encountered such a secret realm, but here he felt it. That feeling was very strange. He felt that as long as he really entered it, he would most likely die or even die. It was extremely dangerous. Besides, Han Fei also remembered Xiao Sei's words. Not all secret realms could be entered at will. Is the first secret realm so dangerous? Besides, the demon purification pot didn't react at all. It won't be too late for me to come back after I get my hands on Run Tianfei's treasure. With this in mind, Han Fei simply let go of this secret realm. When Han Fei crossed this secret realm and swam for about 500 kilometers, he still didn't encounter a single creature. Naturally, there was no danger along the way. It seemed that in the entire abyssal chasm, there was only one abyssal water serpent. Han Fei was even more certain that the abyssal water serpent was definitely not here. It might have been released by the big fish during some time. Thinking of this, Han Fei couldn't help but shiver. Raising a daughter in time and releasing creatures from time? Wasn't this a bit too terrifying? Swish! Han Fei was swimming happily, looking forward to reaching the most central area as soon as possible. But suddenly, a white sword mark swept across the seawater and swept at him. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Clang! Holding the embroidery needle, Han Fei smashed the sword mark with his rod and then slowly stopped. He saw that there seemed to be other sword marks flashing in front of him. Judging from what he felt just now, the sword mark was actually not weak and seemed to be even stronger than the blow of an intermediate dangling fisher. Han Fei just paused for a moment and then continued to move forward. This was an ownerless sword mark, the same as the sword wall outside this chasm canyon. Although Han Fei didn't know why it was formed, it seemed to be the residual sword intent that burst out spontaneously. It could only be said that a peerless master once fought here. That person was very strong, and the sword intent he left was still wandering to this day. After swimming for more than 500 kilometers, there were more and more sword marks. At first, there were only 1 or 2, but here, Han Fei found that there were as many as 100 sword marks within a kilometer. They wandered around in the seawater like streamlined elves. Once someone approached, these sword marks would sweep at him. After being smashed by Han Fei one by one, these sword marks never appeared again. Has no one been here before? It shouldn't be. Han Fei wondered. If these sword marks disappeared and would never appear again, they should have been cleaned up long ago. Why were there so many? And they were getting denser and denser. At this time, Han Fei had cleaned up the area within a kilometer radius and kept his spiritual energy protective cover activated. After about 5 minutes, suddenly, a white sword mark emerged from the ground. Then, one after another, more sword marks emerged from the rock wall. Wow! If it was someone who didn't use a sword, he certainly wouldn't know what this meant. Although Han Fei didn't use a sword, he used a knife. What he had learned all his life came from the heaven-level, divine-quality knife scripture. Although there was only one real combat skill in the knife scripture, it was the draw technique. But for Han Fei, this knife was also invincible. If Han Fei used the draw technique to cut off a rock, he would be able to use the draw technique. Then, a strong knife intent would naturally be left on the rock. This kind of thing, like a ghost, diffused in the cracks of the stone. If it was not completely shattered, it would basically not disappear. And now Han Fei had a faint guess. The chasm canyon that he had been swimming in for a long time seemed to have been cut out by someone with a sword. Therefore, on the periphery of the canyon, there was a circle of sword chi wall, which ordinary people would be smashed when they touched it. Ren Tianfei, aren't you leading me into a trap?